Okay. Good morning, our distinguished participants. I wish to welcome you for our today's sensitization. Indeed, we are very grateful for your presence this morning. And we wish at this juncture to start formally for our proceedings for the day. Allow me to request my colleague, David, to start with a word of prayer that we can have our formal presentations for the day. David.
Okay. Let's pray. Our dear Heavenly Father, we once again are grateful for having given us this opportunity to discuss matters of research, science, technology, and innovation with the interest of improving the livelihoods of our citizens and for your service. We ask for your wisdom and knowledge, and at the end of it, we give glory unto thee. In Jesus' name.
Amen. Thank you so much, David. Our distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, most welcome for this half-day sensitization. We wish to have this conversation for the quarter 3 as you're preparing to respond to your quarter 3 reporting. Again, this is also our commitment that every quarter we need to have this forum that we provide an avenue for yourselves to respond to the issues that pertain to the STI mainstreaming as a PC indicator. On behalf of NACOSTI fraternity, allow me to really welcome you and say a big thank you for yourselves having set aside this time that you need to be with us this morning. We know you're handling so many things, your busy schedule, but you can allow us to have this conversation today. So we want to say thank you. We don't take it for granted. So feel most welcome and appreciated to be here. We wish to have more or less a half-day session. And more importantly, we want to create a forum for yourselves that we can get the voice from yourselves, so that we can be able to hear what are the issues around what you are going through in terms of reporting, because it's our responsibility to respond. And it's our responsibility to also to make it the indicator simplified as you may wish.
Good morning. Just a moment, we lost Dr. Gigi. He's trying to rejoin.
Are we there? Okay. Sorry. Our the participants internet connectivity hitch. And quickly, what I was just indicating is that this morning we wish to have this discussion with the main group as a major segment of research in terms of universities and the research institutions. This is your day, this is your forum, so that we can hear your issues. And again, we are also welcoming any other people who represent the wider government segments, those who find their way here. The message is similar because the STI mainstreaming is a cross-cutting indicator that apply across to all different institutions. So asanteni for those who are here. If you are not from university or research institution, you're still most welcome. And this is not form or discrimination, but putting institutions that have similar issues so that we are able to address to similar issues that are related to universities and research institutions. But any other segment from the government, you are also highly welcome. So allow me to quickly try to make a distinction as to these two streams. We have seen from your reporting in Q1, Q2, there has been issues with what do we mean by stream A, what do we mean by stream B. Again, this is not a form of discrimination. I want to put that disclaimer. We all mean, the only distinction is that by stream A, we mean those institutions by the beginning of the financial year, those who had not developed their institutional STI mainstreaming. And for stream A, those also new entrants that were coming for the first time. Remember now, this is the 4th year that we are handling this indicator. Stream B are those institutions that had already developed their STI mainstreaming. We do believe these are institutions that have capacity in terms of the capacity to do this document. Before even this indicator came on board, we know some of the university already had this kind of document. So today, I think we are discussing and speaking to the most already converted. But first, remain what your responsibility and requirements were. This year, you are to develop the strategy and implement some of the strategic issues. Around the strategic issues, what you will have considered important to yourselves. For stream B, because you already had the document, you already developed your STI strategy. What was expected this year was for yourself to pick two strategic issues around collaboration and partnerships and technologies development. And those are the things that we're going to break it down later for the purpose of reporting, so that when we speak about this aspect, what do we mean? So, ladies and gentlemen, this is what will constitute your reporting for this quarter and this financial year. But for us to put it in perspective, we thought we would have this set of objectives, but more so you could also influence what we need to discuss through the charts and Q&A section. But for the purpose of this sensitization, what we thought of that we need to have a discussion around the issues of how this indicator is framed, what are the requirements, and what are the actors in there. It is important we have these because we know of the various dynamics in our institution. Some of our institution keeps on changing the committee members. So we want to say for those who are coming for the first time, in terms of the champion and focal persons, we need to break it down. So what are your requirements and what are the operational procedures? We also need to agree that we have a discussion around Q3 reporting. I know that what you are doing, the focal person, the champion, and the PC coordinators, I know you are in the process of reporting, not necessarily even to the NACOSTI, but to also the performance contract platform across. And we thought we have this conversation just before you reported. But should you already have reported for the purpose of STI mainstreaming, we still have an opportunity to to get it right, and you'll be asked to do what is right. Then we thought of trying to provide some clarity around the RSTI indicators. And this is very important. And from the very beginning, I want to say a big thank you because of the data that we are getting from yourselves, from your institution, that we just go through that because it is important. And this is what we normally report every quarter. We have research, science, technology, and innovation indicators that you do respond to, the HR data, equipment data, financial, this is R&D expenditure data, collaborative programs, outputs, and dissemination. So those RSTI indicators are very important because the data you normally share with us is so well mapped with what the Kenya need to provide for the global competitive indices. For example, global competitive index, innovation indexes, that data is mapped so well with what the global competitive platform requires from country. So you're already making an impact. By just what you have been sharing, you're already making an impact for your country, mapping it where it belongs among the leagues of nations. So we will have an in-depth discussion around that. And finally, we are talking about reporting. We have transited to fully digital system. So it's also fair that we just go through over that reporting framework. Should you be having issues around that, it's your opportunity to raise and let us know where there are issues. So having said this is very important. I just wish to again to reiterate that appreciative. We are very appreciative. We want to give you the option of the chat and the Q&A section. Let us know what is your concerns, what is your worries, and what you wish us to do, because you are the influencers. Even in terms of shaping this indicator, you may help us to shape it better, how we need to do it better, how we need it to implement it better for our institution and for our country. So you have an option. You use those two platforms. Towards the end, we'll be able to have a plenary that we should be able to respond to all those aspects. Also, let us know those who are reporting for the first time or appearing for the first time, so that we are able to be very clear that what we are responding against. So having said that, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to, at this point, to pause at that part of the preliminary and our objectives, but you put your expectations in a chat and the likes. And at this point, I want to say once again, on behalf of NACOSTI and on behalf of the STI mainstreaming at NACOSTI and on behalf of our resource person, asanteni sana for this meeting, for your presence and for your time. So allow me now at this point to stop sharing and invite our first speaker, who will be able to give us the basis in terms of what are the requirements for this indicator, what we need to do, what is our role, and how we need to transact our business. Our first speaker this morning will be Javan Mwiti, who is well known to yourselves, and he be able to give that better perspective. So Javan, if you are ready, you can take the floor, and we should be able, only what I want to make a small clarity at this point, what is appearing on your program, we needed to have started with the RSTI framework and the current trends by Director General. We just tweak the program a little bit, but we allow him to join a while later, but all what is in the program will be transacted. So thank you so much, and I wish to invite Javan to take the floor.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair. I hope you can be able to hear me well, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, good morning, and also I want to extend the hand of welcome to you, on this day as we participate in today's session about STI mainstreaming. Most of us have been in this process for the last 3 years when this indicator has been with us. And basically we have others, of course, a few of us who have joined us probably this year. And the most critical aspect of our presentation today is basically to share experiences and ask ourselves, having done it for 3 years, having done it for 1 year, having done it for the first 2 quarters, we are now reporting for that quarter, and technically we're in 4th quarter. What are some of the good practices we can infuse in this process, so that at the end of it, all of us we're on the same page, all of us are able to implement effectively, all of us are able to understand what is needed of us from a bigger perspective, and that in other ones would have a very smooth implementation process, bearing in mind that we have only 1 quarter that is remaining, that we need to ensure we do what is expected of us. And basically that will be the main agenda for us today, so that we are able to interrogate our process, interrogate the time we have been in this process, look at the best practices that we can be able to infuse and probably use, so that at the end of it all of us on the same page in terms of implementation. Sorry, my slides are not moving. Let me stop sharing and share again. Yeah, sorry, there was, let me share again. Yeah. Yes, yeah, so it's working now. Sorry for that. So basically, I was saying the main agenda is for us to interrogate the process, is for us to interrogate the implementation flow. It's for us to look at the various gaps, challenges that you are facing, so that as we do our last quarter this year, that is the 4th quarter, and more so as we report for that quarter, then you capture, we are able to ensure that we are reporting the right things, we are able to ensure that we participate fully for us to attain the intended objectives of this indicator. As we look at that also, ladies and gentlemen, we'll also be looking at, as I said, we have implemented this for most of us for the last 3 years. Most of us for the last 3 years, we develop our STS strategies. We have some of us who are still in the development process, who are in stream A and others in stream B. The question is, what is the cross-cutting factor among all ourselves in terms of borrowing from experiences of implementation, and what is the best in terms of ensuring all of us, we are doing what is expected of us. So basically, the purpose is purely to share experiences, as I've said. We'll also have to interrogate the impact. What is the impact? So that at the end of the day, as we implement also another question, a question we should be answering is that what is the value proposition, both for us as an MDA, for us as a university, as a research institution, and what is the impact again to the Kenyan? What is the impact to the country? What's the impact to Wanjiku? What is it that is coming out of this implementation process? We must be able to interact, to interrogate that. And again, bearing in mind that this indicator is within our core mandate, again, how is it influencing? How is it working with other indicators? We'll be able to demonstrate that through this indicator, then we can talk about the output, we can talk about the outcomes, we can talk about harmonizing the process. We can look at the supportive planning documentations that we need to have for us to be able to successfully end well in terms of implementation. We'll be able also to interact. One of the purpose also is to question the system, that the infrastructure that we have in place in terms of either implementation, either of reporting, monitoring, and evaluation internally as a university, as a research institution. What is the role? How do we then link this again with other processes in the university or in your institution? For example, you have your strategic plan, you're implementing your strategic plan, you're implementing your STI strategy, or you are developing your STI strategy. What is that link, and how do we successfully link so that at the end of it all, you have an effective process and you basically benefit from it? Then another question, as we do this, you are developing strategies. What are the best strategies for us to be able to put in place to ensure that indeed the intended objectives are attained? And what is the connection of this with other national agenda documents like Vision 2030, Medium Term Plan 4, which all of us are implementing and actualizing Vision 2030, and of course the government agenda of the day. So it's an interaction around that, ladies and gentlemen, so that at the end of it all, we shall be comfortably, all of us will be comfortable in terms of ensuring we do the right things. We'll have a session for question and answers, which also, in case there's anything that misses you, you have a question you can raise it up, you can seek clarification, you can also add more in terms of what you think are some of the best ways that we should have in place for us to be able to implement. So basically, we are looking also, we'll also be looking at PC platform, which of course is the carrier for this indicator. How do we enhance access and infuse efficiency and effectiveness when we talk about this indicator in terms of implementation and the plan objective? So basically it's an interaction, it's a lively interaction around that we hope at the end of the day will build your capacity. Since you are dealing with focal persons and champions across, we'll be able to ask ourselves the roles that you are playing as a focal person, the role that you are playing as a champion, and other stakeholders. How do we maximize? How do we optimize on those relationships and those leakages for us to have the best for our institution? So basically, those will be some of the issues that we'll be looking at, and again, looking at again, reminding ourselves of the journey that we have walked, from when it was R&D, research and development, to know that it is RSTI, research, science, technology, innovation, and taking the entire ecosystem of research, science, technology, innovation, looking at the various aspects of reporting. For example, the at least 2%, where you're supposed to allocate at least 2% of your budget to R&D, the implementation, again, the interaction with various blueprint documentations in the document in the country and all that. So this being a cross-cutting indicator under specialized agency, and again placed under command, it again creates an interesting aspect of our discussion today. As we do this, we remind ourselves who the specialized agency is, and you know very well it is NACOST. What is their role? Of course, is to develop this indicator. They have done that, to implementing. And they receive, analyze, and provide feedback on the indicator. You'll be reporting. The deadline for reporting is next week on 15th. And all of you have to comply. This is a requirement of 21st Performance Contracting Guidelines that you're supposed to report by 15th after the end of the quarter. The quarter ended on that 1st of March. You are given 15 days to prepare your report and submit. So again, this is very critical for you as an MDA, because compliance to these timelines is critical, because it is part of the criteria in terms of evaluation, both for the global criteria by performance contracting and monitoring unit, and also for NACOST as a specialized entity. So adherence to it. We shall also be looking at whose responsibility it is to see that we comply in 15 days. What's the role of the focal person in this? What will be the role of the champion in it in terms of ensuring that we comply with these set guidelines? Providing technical support as they are doing today. NACOST is doing that to you today. And again, also you can always request, if we find the sensitization and capacity building taking place today is not sufficient and adequate to address much of what you want, you can always request NACOST as an institution through the focal person for more assistance. Once you build your capacity, it is the expectation that also you build the capacity downstream. You cascade this information, and when we'll be looking at the roles of the champions and focal person, we'll clearly see who is supposed to be doing this and what is the extent and the scope of the same. Assess annual performance at the end of the fourth quarter, that is June this year, of course, will be evaluated. And the expectation is that you have fulfilled the requirement of the guidelines, the requirement of the indicator, that indeed you have done what is expected of you in first, second, third, and fourth quarter. This is a strong reminder that continuous compliance with the submission of our report and indeed doing what is supposed to be done. And I'm sure when we'll be looking at the roles of the focal person and champions, again, we shall be able to interrogate this and ask ourselves what is the best way to do it, who is supposed to do it, and all that. And of course, submit the list after evaluation to you and to performance contracting. Why STI? Basically, this has been emphasized, but basically it's for national security, it's socioeconomic development, and as we have always said, when you want to answer that question, you just look at the indicator, look at Vision 2030, look at your own strategic plan. And I know most of you are involved in formulation of your strategic plan, and you agree with me that within your strategic plan already, because it is harmonized with medium-term plan 4, you segregated matters, science, technology, innovation within your strategic plan. And for effective implementation and for very effective way in terms of attaining those objectives within your strategic plan, that way you have the STI strategy. And that way, if you have not developed or it's not approved, that way you are also developing. And at stream A, for example, realize you'll be capturing issues, strategic issues that you want to implement through your STI strategy that will be implementing across. Those strategic issues ideally will be part and parcel, an extension of what you have segregated from your strategic plan. So basically, again, when you talk about objectives, you look at these objectives cut across. Why do we have STI mainstreaming? It is within your core mandate. This year indicator, I can look at this year indicator, you realize the indicator, the activities that are there currently, they are growth oriented. In other words, it's for sustained growth outcomes. It's about outcomes. It's about the impact. It's about when you talk about the areas of commitment from technology, from innovation, from collaborations and all that, is more, the focus is more on outcomes. What are the real outcomes that are measurable, that are very clear, that we can board, that we can authoritatively say, after implementing STI mainstreaming, we have certain outcomes that are helping us as MDAs, and of course, serving the national agenda, which is the country, and WAJICO in particular. So it is an interesting area. It's an interesting indicator in itself. And I know because you have been implementing this through the various programs and activities that you have already identified in your work plans, then the question is, what is the best way to ensure that our work plans are sufficient to reflect this objective? When we look at the STI strategy that you have developed, whether it is running for 3 years or 5 years, but those issues that you have canvassed in the implementation matrix, how do you then bring them through your work plan on continuous basis to ensure a sustained growth, a sustained implementation moving forward? So that is critical. Again, when you talk about the indicator being in your core mandate, again, the question will be, when you look at your core mandate where this indicator is, you have other activities that define your core business as a university, as a research institution. Then again, attainment of this indicator within the core mandate, what's the meaning? And then how do we then support this, for example, by ensuring that we allocate the necessary resources? How much? Sometimes we may have a challenge in terms of the allocation of the money for research and development or research, science, technology, innovation. But at the end of it all, when you look at maybe the aspiration of performance contracting, where this indicator is riding on, you realize it is set in such a way that the core mandate is your core business, is where you attain your vision and mission. So at the end of it all, having this indicator there, inclusion of the indicator as part of that's journey. How do we then ensure we maximize and ensure that we are able to implement what is needed to be implemented, because we have already allocated the budget, because we have agreed in terms of service delivery? This is an area that's supposed to help us serve ourselves and serve others. So then how do we define that and all that? So basically, those are some of the issues that we'll be looking at, so that at the end of it all, we shall be able to address the matters accordingly. Looking at Vision 2030 and STI mainstreaming, as I said earlier, STI mainstreaming falls under enablers and micro foundations. And this is very, very important, because as you do midterm review, because I know most of you are reviewing your STI strategies and others are developing. But at the end of it all, when we talk about growth, sustaining growth, the outcomes of what we are doing, the output, then the question is the role of science, technology, innovation, being an enabler number 2 under Vision 2030. And a key look at other enablers. For example, enabler number 1, infrastructure, transport, port, telecom, and energy. Again, you agree with me, there's a lot of technology there, there's a lot of innovation. Talking about number 9, information and communication technology, again, they are all riding at number 2. Talking about public sector reforms, Again, it is driven. Public sector reforms, for example, RRI, a very good example, or resource-based management. You realize they are all focused in the area of technology and innovation. Then the question is, as an institution, what are we doing to ensure that we benefit, that we have the right output, whether they are research output or science, technology, and innovation output that are beneficial to us? And that's why you find even Public Service Commission this year, from last year, if you look at the online tool that we normally fill, one of two metrics were introduced. That was innovation. There was a metric specifically on innovation, and there is a metric on commercialization, basically, and automation. They are all speaking to technology and innovation, because for us to be able to have an efficient public service delivery, then we must be able to use technology, we must be able to use innovation. So that's an emphasis that I think should carry us forward. Today, we are looking at the indicator in relation to what you are going to report, but for us to be able to implement, for us to be able to report, to do evaluation and all that, to have very good reports, because this report must be very credible. Whoever is preparing the report from whichever source we are getting from the various process owners, then we must talk about the implementation flow. From the time this indicator is formulated, from the time that you embrace the indicator as an MDA, as a university, as a research institution, you pick those various activities, the way you cascade them, effective cascading of those indicators within the various departments, within the various functions and areas of your institution, then that ensures that we need to ensure implementation takes place as it is fashioned, as it is intended, so that you have these activities shared across. You have the various process owners who own these activities, taking them and owning them in their respective areas, so that there is implementation. So for us to talk about reporting, which comes as a result of monitoring and evaluating as various stages, then implementation flow. At implementation, we must get it right. And that way we emphasize, even as we embark on fourth quarter, we must ensure we implement. If, for example, you're in stream A, you ensure that you implement the activities identified under stream A, whereby you are developing your STI strategy, whereby you're implementing strategic issues, key strategic issues that you have identified in your strategy. That's implementation. Ensuring that this is also shared, ensuring that you commit the various process owners, who is supposed, for example, matters HR, they have completely under the domain of HR, and they understand what needs to be done under that reporting area. Matters project and programs, matters research output, you ensure all this. And then in terms of implementation flow, also we talk about managing the process in terms of getting the right documentation, because it's all about documentary evidence. It's all about getting the right documentation in terms of supporting implementation. So for you to talk about successive implementation, then we must ensure that there was a clear sharing, there was a clear cascading, there was a very clear process in terms of champions and focal person and champions, cascading the activities, that the process owners, you build their capacity to understand what is expected, that at the end of the day, the resources that are needed in terms of attaining the intended purpose, in terms of those activities that again, you have attained that. So it's a critical aspect of the success story of mainstreaming. You cannot mainstream unless you implement well, unless you get it right, unless those activities are cascaded. And you can borrow from the existing infrastructure, for example, your PC implementation process. You realize the PC is cascaded up to the individual, where it constitutes part of the appraisal system. So basically, it's about getting it right. It's about having the right players. It's about all the process owners who have those different. You have for example, you have a directorate of research, you ensure that the directorate is able to manage, is able to ensure these activities are shared across, these activities are done, they are monitored. And for you to report, you must have monitored very well, because monitoring helps you also to identify gaps, address them, and then at the end of it all, you are able to take the mitigation. You can be able to develop mitigation strategies, or in other ones, address issues that may emerge out of it. So for us, it's basically, again, looking at the planning process. And one of the things that we need to address clearly is the complex environment in which you work, in which you are mainstreaming in. whereby there are various processes that must be integrated to be part and parcel of this process. So this becomes critical. Again, mainstreaming, when you talk about of STI mainstreaming, you must work within this kind of a setup whereby you have other processes like performance contracting that are taking place. Can you ride or rate on this process, for example, in terms of monitoring and evaluation? In terms of implementation, they already have an infrastructure in terms of how they implement across. How do they do monitoring and evaluation? How do they seek report? What is the infrastructure that is there? So you can benefit out of it. You can work closely with the PC coordinators in your respective institutions because already they're implementing other cross-cutting indicators like the STI mainstreaming and other areas. You can work very closely. Or Vito, you can work with planning department that are in charge of strategic plans. Because again, could be either PC and strategic plan, but at the end of the day, you must also work closely with this team because much like, for example, when the institution will do an end-term review of their strategic plan, remember, matters STI, matter, science, technology, innovation have already partially been captured within the bigger plan. So again, when they do monitoring and evaluation, when they do the mid-term review, when they do the end-term review, what of that feedback? What is it that comes out of it as an input, which becomes a feedback for you in terms of doing better in your STI strategy? Most of you, and a question that I saw yesterday, by the time probably you develop your STI strategy, you develop it before you reviewed your strategic plan. Remember, most of us from last year, it was compulsory to realign, to develop our strategic plan and align them with the 5th generation strategic plan guidelines that were issued by State Department of Economic Planning. So if then the strategic plan was developed after you have developed your STI strategy, then you need to realign, you need to review and harmonize your STI strategy, review it and align it with your strategic plan because the STI strategy is a creature. The strategic plan is the mother of the STI strategy. So you must ensure if it was done after the STI strategy, then of course you align. If in situations where your strategic plan probably was formulated and then later you formulate your STI strategy, then you must also realign with the vision now. You must align it with the areas. There are strategic objectives that were identified that are within your strategic plan that speaks to matter, science, technology, and innovation. So you need to realign and harmonize so that at the end of the day, you can effectively, why we bring such matters to STI strategy is for an effective implementation, is to make it easier so that all matters can be segregated together, matters STI, so that they can be managed from that perspective. And this works, this means that you need to work as a team. This means that you must be able to know what is happening elsewhere so that you can be able to ultimately incorporate the best ways, incorporate the most better and good ways in terms of implementation. And it will cut across. And I can look at what I'm presenting in this line tells you this is it's a participatory process. It's a very inclusive process that needs everyone on board because there are many players. And at the end of the day, it's about the organizational output in matters, science, technology, and innovation. We have midterm, we have self-evaluation, all these plays in terms of an effective implementation. So the question at this juncture that we should be asking ourselves in terms of an effective and efficient implementation, what is the percentage level of implementation we are as an institution? That can easily be answered when you practically do your third quarter report, because you can do it in such a way that it's accumulation of first, second, and third quarter so that it shows the gaps that are there, and those gaps now you address them as you do your fourth quarter. That is very, very important. Quickly, again, I've talked about for an effective implementation, there must be those identification of strategic issues. They were already identified whether in your STI strategy or in your strategic plan. So segregate. We are implementing them for us who are developing our STI strategies. Segregate now matters STI to your STI strategy. Then look at formulating KRIs, for example, or strategic objectives that are specific to STI. Then develop strategies and activities. And when you develop them, of course, they formulate your strategic implementation matrix, which now develops your annual work plan. So that relationship, you have to get it well, and then you'll be able to implement better. Looking at your PC, these are PC for non-commercial, for example. This also helps you understand and know how to connect as you report. Your indicator STI mainstreaming is under core mandate. But before that, you realize we have the criterion financial, stewardship, and discipline. This is where we have absorption of allocated funds, absorption of externally mobilized, A&A, and pending bills. This ideally is the resources you are allocating here to support your core mandate, programs, priority areas, and the things that you want to do as per your strategic plan. Again, looking at B is service delivery. This is an output. When you talk about implementation of service delivery charter, we want to test ourselves. What are the output? Are we giving out the right output? When you implement STI mainstreaming, we need to measure it through your service delivery charters. You know, those are the services you have declared. Are we offering the right services? When you talk about digitalization and business process engineering, again, it's nothing but STI, is technology innovation, is science, technology, innovation. Then again, are you able to infuse efficiency and effectiveness by digitalizing your processes, by ensuring business process reengineering is done? So you're looking at criterion B, basically support your core mandate. And that is critical. We need to be able to bring out those relationships and understand clearly of what is expected. Science, technology, innovation, as we said, it takes a weight of 2, it's within your core mandate, and that shows you exactly. In terms of impact, we can just say one of the things is coordination of the indicator across MDAs, developing documents and coordination and development of documents like STI strategy, and getting it right in terms of implementation as a serious impact at the end of it all. And this, of course, comes as a result of the report that you submit to NACOST. Collaborations, partnership, and all that, this is already an activity that you're doing, but successive attainment of this activity in itself gives us a lot of impact across, and that is very critical. Coming back to focal person and champions who we are talking to today, a focal person, most of you have been this and they know of this information, but you have new organizations are very dynamic. We always have focal persons who are appointed, and this could be their first sensitization. But you have even others who have been with us. We need to remind you always your role, because your role basically defines the success or failure of implementation of the indicator. You provide as a focal person. Focal person should be one in an institution, but there could be many champions depending on the need. You provide support for various levels in terms of ensuring successive implementation of the indicator. The overall coordination of the indicator within the organization is the role of the focal person. When a focal person realizes that we need capacity building and sensitization, it is the role of the focal person to write or to connect with NACOST for that kind of capacity building in case you want to be Europe to develop the STI strategy. So basically, it's the role of the focal person to ensure successive implementation. Plan sensitization, coordinate development of the STI strategy. That is the role of the focal person. Please do it successfully, because again, getting it right in terms of the strategies and the objectives and all the activities you have put in the STI strategy defines the success or the failure of implementation. Establish and implement monitoring and evaluation. You work closely with other players doing the same, or you ride on the existing infrastructure in terms of monitoring and evaluation. You promote collaboration, you promote STI business processes, and very important, submission of quarterly report. That is the role of the focal person. So we expect as we end the quarter reporting time by 15th, the focal person would have done that. For many of us who are wondering what is the criteria or qualification of a focal person, basically you should be either in top or mid level management, but of course conversant in matters, research, science, technology, innovation. And we're happy all of you have been appointed, meets that criteria. Quickly, we look at the champions. We say the focal person should be one. Focal person plus the champions, they form what is called STI mainstreaming committee. Depending on the size and the unique of the institution, you can have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever the number of champions to address all the key areas. Ensure day-to-day implementation of STI mainstreaming indicator within, that is the role of the focal person. Facilitate cascading, making sure that all the process owners have the activities that they committed for. Preparing and forwarding quarterly reports and timely information, providing timely information. Oh, the quality, the validity, and the quality of the information that the institution uses in terms of preparing the quarterly report depends on what champions give. Champions are critical. Placing champions ensure that you give credible information. Your output becomes an input for your institutional report so that there is credibility on that report, and your output as an institution becomes an input to NACOST in terms of producing other national reports. So basically, how credible information is actually the role of the champions to ensure you get the right data. You empower the capacity of your process owners at your level to understand what is expected and to do what is expected. So basically, that is champions who play a very critical role, and please do as it is. You also help in monitoring and evaluation. You help in capacity building, promoting STI committed activities, and of course, you offer the support in terms of the process owners to do the right thing. So basically, champions are the people who run with the ideas, are the people at the lower level who ensures what needs to be done is done. And sometimes some MDAs also on top of champions, they identify coordinators who work closely with the champions and the focal person, which is okay. Because at the end of the day, the interest is to ensure you do the right things. So a criteria for who should be a champion basically is someone with the ability to champion, transform, and lobby others in implementing the activities of this indicator. Most of us, as universities, research institutions, and others, we normally have a lot of change management programs, and we always appoint a champion for the same. So as I end that issue of champions and focal person, the point is, when the focal person and champions meet together, they form what is called STI Ministreaming Committee, with the focal person as the chairperson and then champions as members of that committee. And even if they are coordinators, they are members of that committee. So the focal person becomes the chair, and again, the champions are part of it. Who should have the eligibility of this indicator? I started by saying that STI is an enabler number 2 under Vision 2030 and MTP4. Most of you have interacted with the medium-term plan 4, agree with me within the implementation matrix. Matter, science, technology, innovation have really been canvassed, and they are very clear. So if you are contributing to Vision 2030, if you have a role to play in research, science, technology, innovation, then you're eligible to be this. Otherwise, if you want to find the list, it's in NACOST. You can find the list in NACOST. You can be able to find this in NACOST website, the list that shows who else should be there. We'll quickly run and sorry for that. Sorry for that. We'll quickly run and we'll basically look at this indicator. It was in 2023. It's not moving. My slides are not moving. Oh, sorry. Yes. So we are looking at the indicator as it was in 2023. It is a continuation, but of critical. Let's look at the indicator in 2024, 25. The indicator, of course, has a B indicator, and this is very important. And you have a presentation on this, and you're either in stream A or stream B. Basically, what is differentiating the two of you is the STI strategy. You're either developing or you have it. That's the main differentiator. When you look at B, A, you'll be doing you'll be implementing those strategic issues that I've talked about. So the success and the measure is how much we expect you, if you are developing STI strategy, at least to have developed it in first and second quarter, so that third quarter and fourth quarter you're implementing. If you have a challenge in development, please contact NACOST, we'll always help you. Then stream B is you have collaborations and partnerships and technologies. So you are picking around here, and it has been amplified. If it's collaboration, what are collaborations? And collaboration is a strategic issue within your STI strategy. So you pick those activities, those strategies that you have there. Then develop technologies and innovations. Again, you identify what you pick for that, and that becomes that it is. In terms of implementation, what are the key achievements? Use of MDSTI strategies to capture objectives. And we have seen a lot of development. For example, State Department of Economic Planning is also working to bring county government on board in matters STI. Treasury is boarding downstream on 2% R&D during negotiation and all that. So basically, when, for example, you're negotiating for your PC for this year, you want an opportunity to negotiate with your ministry and more so Treasury in relation to the allocation of at least 2%. So this becomes critical. Challenges, Some of the challenges, low budgetary allocation, but of course, within our budget, we need to demonstrate how much are we able to locate on that. Formulating STI strategies and implementation, it has been a challenge. Mastering, reporting, and all this will be addressed in the next presentation. But formulating will be taken through. In case you have any challenge, then a cost is always there. Such gains, formation of STI mainstreaming committee, we encourage you to please work within the STI mainstreaming committee where the focal person is a chair and champions are members. Ensure continuous capacity building and of course, ensure effective response feedback, ensure quarterly reports are submitted, ensure continuous capacity building, and of course, compliance with performance contracting guidelines, which ensures you strengthen and you deepen matters, science, technology, and innovation. Engaging like we are doing now, ensure that you always participate when you are doing sensitization of this nature, so that at the end of the day, you get the latest information, you share experiences and all that. Leveraging on the indicators been implemented for the last 3 years. And of course, there's so much to learn. There's so much that we can bring on board in terms of improving our process. Seizing the future through current improved acceptance of STI implementation, making STI as the key driver of delivering core mandate of your organization. And we have seen this. When you look at even your performance contract to realize, when you talk to other cross-cutting indicators, for example, productivity mainstreaming, you realize once you identify those metrics, most of the metrics fall around research, science, technology, and innovation. Applying the process is a vehicle for entrenching the culture of RSTI across MDA. So this becomes very critical. There's a great improvement on total number of MDAs that have committed. Currently, there are many that are coming on board, and as you'll be seeing in this line, we have so many of us that are coming on board across MDAs, and this is an indicator of us embracing Vision 2030, embracing MTP4, Medium-Term Plan 4, implementing the government agenda, which is better and which is harmonized already with MTP4. And remember, one of the requirements for you to develop your strategic plan was to ensure you harmonize your strategic plan with Medium-Term Plan 4 and of course Vision 2030. So basically that is already embraced. And if we are to look at it again in another dimension, that is part of it. Ladies and gentlemen, the emphasis here is basically just answering a simple question. For us to implement, what are the benefits? What is the value proposition? What do we need to do best for us to be able to attain the intended purpose of the objective of this indicator? And with that, we'll be able to have an effective implementation. As you know, the year 2024-25, in terms of PC process, it had a lot of challenges. Some institutions like universities, as you know, right away, they have even not signed their PCs with the CS and all that. And we hope that we'll get it right. There's so much to be done in fourth quarter. And that way we need to get our work plans very clear. That way we need to develop a mitigation plan in terms of addressing issues that we could have missed in first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, and fourth quarter. And by so doing, then we'll be able to do what is expected. We'll be able to do what is expected of us, and we'll be able to attain our objective. To many of us who are in stream A, our expectation is that in first and second quarter, you are able to actualize your STI strategy. And so you're implementing it in third and fourth quarter. To many of us who are in stream B, we hope that you're already actualizing what is expected. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. That's the end of my presentation, but as a hand, I know we shall be having question and answer session, and I'll welcome you at that particular time. Then there's any issue you have, you can raise it up. We'll also have a plenary session whereby you can also directly raise those issues and we address to them. And I believe at the end of it all, we shall be able to attain our objective of learning more from each other and making our process better. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you so much for being there. May God bless you, and thank you so much. Asanteni sana. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Javan. Indeed, for laying the basis for this indicator in a very elaborate manner. We really wish to thank you for that presentation, and I think this distinguished participants, you're able to connect where you're coming in and your role and what are the requirements for this indicator. Stop sharing. I wish to, at this point, join in and okay, great. Distinguished participants, I think basing on what Javan Miti has taken us through, and considering what was one of our objectives is to facilitate effective implementation for this Q3, allow me to just go through what was your commitment in your work plan, or what was expected to be your commitment in the work plan, and what were the expected requirements for your reporting. And remember, I said we are mixed between both stream A and B. And I said stream A, those who didn't have strategy by the beginning of the year. Those stream B, those who already had STI mainstreaming by the beginning of the year. We want to believe these groups that we are speaking to today, our universities and our research institutions, these are knowledge generators, these are our exhibition and innovation hubs. So you are capacitated well to already have your strategy. In the next couple of minutes, 30, 45 minutes, allow me to speak to the issues around the work plan and what was expected. And because I want to speak to what you are reporting already. And I've already seen some of the issues on your question and chat that are you able to be allowed to amend what you have already submitted? Yes, indeed, you can be empowered to amend so that whatever you have submitted, if you need to amend it, we want to have a very seamless and a very simple system because as focal persons, that's why we ask focal persons be appointed through a letter. We are in living in the data security tenor so that the data that comes from your institution is authentic because you are appointed by a letter by the appointing authority to submit the data on behalf of your institution. Yes, we should be able to allow you to amend and provide the accurate data as much as possible. I want to speak for the next few minutes around the issues of work plan and reporting requirements. And I will speak to both the teams. We were not able to put stream A alone and stream B alone. So allow us to use this mixed model. Yeah, I know you people, you are well conversed in that. Allow us to use this mixed model. But end of the day, 40, 45 minutes, we should be able to deliver what we want to do. And just for the beginning, allow me to share this success story that by end of last financial year, we had 318 ministries, departments, and agencies, what we are calling MDAs, that were participating in the STI mainstreaming. And out of these 318, we had 73% of them who had already developed their strategy. 27 of them, of yourselves, had not developed their strategy. I'm not saying about the university and research institution, I'm saying about the global picture in terms of our public sector across. And this is what formed the basis of stream A and B. Because we had a small segment of the institution that had not developed their strategy, and there were majority of yourselves where I'm classifying this team we are speaking up today that the majority of you had already developed your STA strategy. This is what brought stream A and B, so that we are able to deal with stream A, so that we are able to bring them quick on board, that they develop the strategy and they join the league. But what happens to those who have already developed their league? That are we able to also advance what they had already selected? So this is a success story, what I'm sharing. For us, we are considering as a success story. 73% of yourself with the strategies. Big thank you. One of the other very important aspects that as Nakosti, it's as a country and what we need to speak about as a region is how do we take good use of our IP assets, intellectual property assets that are domiciled in our universities, in a research institution. You are the home of innovations. You are the home of creativity. We do have a huge resource in terms of the intellectual property assets that are domiciled in your institution. One of the things and the selling point for intellectual property asset, or rather STI mainstreaming, is that can we have an enabling environment? And you could remember one of your institutional profile. One of the things we normally ask you is that, do you have an intellectual property policy? Big thank you for those who have. We know this is the most compliant team in terms of universities and research institutions, that you do have this policy. But why do we ask for this? Because you're only creating an enabling environment for us to get good use of our intellectual property. How do we able to monetize the huge intellectual assets within our institution? But the sad story is 53% of our institution that were reporting last year, that 318 MDAs, 53% of them didn't have this intellectual property policy. Of course, policy is just creating an enabling environment. Monetization of IP asset is a different whole story. But what am I saying? This is a success story. We are on the right trajectory, headed in the right direction. Again, this also formed our indicator, what Javan was indicating. Nakosti as a specialized agency is supposed to develop the indicator and its requirements. We were being informed by these facts that are important at our country level, and indeed they are very important for us to have. So if we have 73% of our institution with STI strategy, and we do have 47 of our institution with IP policies, there is a gap in there that we need to exploit. And that's the gap we are looking forward to fill in that gap with the indicator as it is. And the first speaker has really well articulated, we need to have our institution fill in the gap at institutional level, at national level, and that. And that what informed what we have now as our PC sub-indicators. We have our work plan guide provided in our system. This time we wanted you to log in directly and pick your activities in there. More or less what we are providing was more of a shopping list, that these are the array of activities that we want stream A and B to pick, and it is in that link. And I'm just doing this because, again, this is very important that we have realized we are now already in third quarter, but there are still some institutions that are not sure they are in which stream. And what do we mean by stream A and B? So allow me to do this just for emphasis sake, that we don't want you to do a work plan outside there. It is well embedded in the system. You only tick the boxes. You are only just like 5-minute or 10-minute job. That I'm in stream A, my job is just to pick strategy development to implementation. Just tick the activities around that. So that's why I was just portraying that. But one of the things that is repetitive that we always do in every quarter, it is around RSDI indicators. What all our MDAs are reporting, because these indicators are similar, they are applicable across, whether you are in a university, whether you are in our research institutions, whether you are in our TVETs, in ministries, state departments, or even our state corporations. So we do have these research, science, technology, and innovation indicators. I'd said in the introductory remarks, these are well mapped so that the data that you are sharing, it is well mapped with the global indices. Most of those global competitive indices, these are the data they ask to rank different countries. I know research institutions, universities, you have your specific one. The university rankings, the Chicago rankings for research and university institutions, all that. So this data is very important. My message here is to say a big thank you because of what you have provided to us for the last 3 years has helped us to map Kenya where it belongs. Issues of capacity building, human resource capacity building, and in that we are asking for issues of the capacities we do have there, the people with, because you know about the issues of human resource capacity, what they look out there, how many people with the PhD per million population. So how would we get this data? We can only get this data from yourself. So that way we are seeking accuracy for this data is very important because they talk of number of researchers per million population. So who are the researchers? People with masters and above. Research, infrastructure, and equipment. So what kind of equipment do you have in your institution? These form the basis for collaboration and partnership. I know as universities and research institutions, you wouldn't want to collaborate with anybody who doesn't have what you need. You can only collaborate with somebody who has what you don't have. Somebody who have infrastructure. That's why we've been sending our samples across for analysis out there. But probably some of the facilities are within. So what we want to do as a value proposition for the data that you have shared for the last 3 years, we want to do a digital map so that in our country, you are able to know which facility exists where, which equipment, specialized equipment exists where, and how you can collaborate. Instead of our institution duplicating just to go and get similar infrastructure, similar facilities, same equipment that your neighbor has, so that we remove this silo mentality. The right doesn't know what the left is doing. So that indicator is very important. So that's why we are asking you that data every quarter. But what is our message here is that against these indicators, if it is equipment, you don't buy equipment every quarter. So if you buy once or you report quarter one, you just retain that data if there are no changes. Human resource, if you had 1,000 staff in quarter one, unless the numbers change in quarter 2, 3, and 4, you retain the same data. So it is not much that we are asking from yourself. One of the other most important indicator is the R&D expenditure. As a country, remember the Science, Technology, and Innovation Act committed to our government to be spending 2% of our GDP in R&D expenditure. So how much are we spending today as a government? Around 0.7, 0.8%. So where do we get these factored figures? It's from yourself. How much, it is an estimate. How much are you people spending in the research and development? But our caution has always been, don't forget, don't really focus on the R, the research. We want to focus on the development. And that's where we talk about RSDI, research, science, technology, and development. You are deploying billions in terms of infrastructure that you are deploying in your institution for your core mandate. And that's what we are tracking. We have always missed the point because when we see R&D and we focus on R is a very small component. Research is like a small component. Our institution, the government, they are heavy in technology development because what you deploy to discharge your core mandate. That's the data we are tracking. We are talking about 0.7, 0.8 for the country of a percentage of our GDP that is going for R&D or RSTI work. Is it true? Kindly help us to get that figure because the bulk of R&D expenditure is in universities, is in research institutions. This data is common for both stream A and B because we are not asking you to do it. We are asking you to report what you have been doing. One, just to celebrate yourself, what you have been doing. And the success story is we want to celebrate what you are doing. A certain university, a certain research institution is spending 50% of its budget on R&D. And that's the message. But if you look at it from the other perspective that you see, we don't even have a budget for research. But in technology deployment, you are heavy in there. So that's the message we want to demystify. And that's why we ask for this data every quarter. The issues of collaborative programs, we also ask you every quarter, you tell us your collaborative programs. The issues of output, universities and research institutions, it is for you to do this country proud because how many publications are we publishing every year? I know universities, you have that target, that how many publications are you publishing per year? Very important output that we need it captured because we are talking of publication that we're publishing. And I know universities, you do have that target per year's publication. But let us know in the last couple of years, the kind of publication you're having so that we are able to put this message across the globe that where we are in terms of patents, could be registered patents. I know we have a problem in there, but in terms of application, how many do we have? So that's what we're calling research outputs, RSTI outputs, applications, patents, trademarks, utility models, all those, and then dissemination. Mechanism for dissemination. Where are you publishing? How are you disseminating? So this data we ask every quarter. That is in your work plan. This data you are to pick each and every quarter. Just let us know what is happening around this. Ladies and gentlemen, I thought I should pay attention to that so that you don't see it is so much repetitive, but you do appreciate the importance of this data. This we want as NACOSTI, we want to say a big thank you. What you have already shared for us has already had a big impact. 2023 in Global Innovation Index, Kenya was position 100. Last year, 2024, Kenya has moved 4 steps forward. We were position 96, courtesy of the data that you are sharing around these indicators. I know there are very many other indicators, but of course, you just wish to be reporting on these indicators. So that data that is repetitive every quarter, tunasema asanteni, because you are able to feed into this data. But quickly, let me move speed and just for the emphasis purposes, what I just spoken earlier, and I had said about stream A and stream B, what requirement for stream A? Stream A, we wanted you to develop the strategy. If we do have a university here, if you do have a research institution here, or any other institution, government sector, who had not developed their STI mainstreaming strategy by the beginning of the year, your requirement was to develop one. We are in Q3, so we expect you to upload it in your Q3 reporting. But should you not have it, please, there's an opportunity we can engage. What we also needed for you to do is to implement those strategies. But why is it possible? Because that question will come. Is it possible to do a strategy and implement the same year? Yes, because STI mainstream strategy is a very simple document, and what the first speaker was speaking about, it is a sub-document of your strategic plan. So what it does, it prioritizes matters to do with RSTI. But the activities you are doing, they are within your strategy plan, so you don't need extra budget. You only dealing with what is in your budget, addressing your strategy plan. Stream B, you were to deal with two strategic issues. One is collaboration and partnership. The other one was technology development, innovation that you develop, that you transfer, that you commercialize. Very loaded, very heavy. Are you able to do that within a year? Yes or no? But we have unpacked that I will just pick in the subsequent slides so that we agree. Among these, our institution, you have an opportunity. Remember what we said? This is appearing in your core mandate, and we want to make it simpler. We don't want to create issues that where you can have issues in terms of your scoring. It is not in our best interest to do that. But quickly, stream A, what I'm just saying, your commitment as stream A, you are to develop institutional. So you just remove that word institutional and put your name in there as an institution. Because now we are speaking to focal person and champions. And do your STI mainstreaming strategy. We had put a template, a self-explanatory template through that link, and then you implement the subsequent activities. Have you been implementing them? Yes. Probably you have not developed the strategy, but what you have been doing in your strategy plan, they are the activity we want you to highlight. And we have had provided 5 key STI priority areas that was to guide development of your strategy, even in stream A. So I think those who are in stream B, and I know you are the majority, just allow me for the emphasis purposes in the next couple of minutes to speak to stream A. And because we are in stream, we're already in Q3, I wouldn't pay much attention to these because stream A, this is what you are supposed to do. We provided you 5 key strategic issues that are important for you as an institution and for us as a country because they are cross-cutting. This is not just applicable to institution A or B or university A or B, it's across our, this is generic, it's across all, whether you are research, whether you are university, or whether you are state department, or whether you are state corporation. This is what we expected you to do because they are cross-cutting. For example, number 1, we were talking about issues of R&D strengthening. For universities, research, that is very important for you. R&D financing, that's very important for you. I know you. The question has always been, what is our biggest challenge in R&D? Oh, limited resources. So those were the issues. R&D infrastructure. What is the way forward? And we share the available infrastructure. So that priority number 1 is applicable to each and every institution. But the language that goes under that subtopic or under that strategic issue is what affects you. Not what affects everybody else, is what affects you as an institution. That's why it should have your own language, should have your own color and shade, meaning it is in from your own language, articulating what are your priority around that. Another issue we talked of, the 5 of them, STI inclusivity. We are talking about gender mainstreaming, people with disability. How do you include these people in your STI programs? Even the committees, for example, the committees that you are forming, the STI mainstreaming committee we are speaking today, how are they constituted? Are they inclusive enough? STI diplomacy, how do we communicate science? Remember, you have been accused, the researchers who are in the universities and researchers, you have been accused that you are You are most poor in communicating. You are very excellent in doing research and creating innovations and discoveries. But communicating that to the Wanjiko out there, we have been told we are the poorest. That's why you're talking about STI diplomacy. So how do we communicate? Even how do we communicate to the government? Probably that's why we are having little funding in the sector. Probably we are not able to package the info for our policymakers. So that way we thought it is important so that the universities or research institutions can tell us how do we communicate science diplomacy. Issue number 3, we talk of strategic issue. We are talking about technology development, protection. You are the generators, you are the core, you are the engine in terms of innovations. So what would you wish to do in your strategy? What would you wish to do? Strategy number 4 was about the issue of partnership and collaboration. Number 5 was the issues of generation of the next workforce. You are institution of higher learning, you are institution that are responsible for carrying out research. So these were the strategic issues. Those who in stream A were supposed to pick these, and then they put their own issues or their wish list against each. Okay, so that was it. For stream A, we only expected your strategy with this. Those who are there in stream B, we had given you 8 strategic issues. We have not lost anything. We have only packaged, or we have already condensed it into these 5. So whatever you are doing with the last year's 8 strategic issues are the same. For stream A, insofar as the development of that institutional STI mainstreaming strategy, and this for us, this is a selling point. This is a document that we think it should be able to transit even beyond the STI as a PC indicator. We gave you a template with 5 chapters, and all what you need to do with clear examples. You just plug in, get the Word document, and just plug in your wordings. How do you want to address the issues of A, B, C, D? Just 5 chapters, very simple, and you should be able. But of course, we are available should you wish to develop that. If by any chance there is somebody who has not developed the document, so that I move faster. Let me now speak to the stream B, and the stream B, these are the majority. Because of the capacity that you do have, you are the think tank for the country. You already had the STI mainstreaming strategy. And this is what we wanted you to pay attention to for this financial year. And we were talking about the issues of establishing or implementing the collaboration and partnership you already have. So underlying the word is partnership and collaborations. The second aspect that you're supposed to report about is about technologies development, innovation development. How are you protecting? So in that case, we need how many number of IP assets that you have applied to keep it, to WIPO and the likes. Technology that you have acquired, deployed in your institutions. How many products have you commercialized? Or even technology that you have transferred to the communities. I know you are a think tank in terms of the research. For example, are there some of the plant varieties that you have developed and you want to share out with farmers for public good? So those are the things that we wanted stream A and B to address: partnership and collaboration and technologies development. Okay. So quickly, what we did as a guide so that we have everybody on board. And that's why I'm saying from the very beginning, I was saying we are speaking to the converted, because this is what you have been doing. In terms of partnerships and collaborations, what we thought we have been doing over the years, we've been doing bilateral collaborations, other simple collaborations out there, we introduce the multiple helix collaborations, multiple helix partnership in RSDI. Of course, the strategy that you did last year, you identified who are your partners, who are your collaborators. So we want the multiple helix. And I know you are very familiar. The group we are speaking today here, you are very familiar with this story. We have been moving. We started with the triple helix. Triple helix, we were talking about the government, working with the industry, and working with the academia. Okay, so this time we were saying a strong partnership or collaboration. Remember what Javan said in the morning? This indicator now is geared toward output and impact. So for us to have impact, we are pushing for multiple helix. Multiple helix, we mean all these five, the 5 factors. We need to have government in there. Research institution will represent government. We need to have industry there. How are you working with the industry, private sector, academia, universities? You are there. How do you work with the civil society? You know how our civil society are noisy. Are you engaging them? And finally, the environment. Environment here, we need the communities. Where your programs are, how are you impacting on the community? Where universities are, how are you impacting the communities? Where our research institutions are domiciled, how are you impacting the community? So multiple helix, we mean that can we see partnerships or collaboration that are involving these 5 partners? Today, we are speaking to the government and we are speaking to the academia. So how are you involving the industry or private sector, civil society, environment? That is what we thought around partnership and collaborations. But the activity that we gave you in the work plan, remember I'm speaking about the work plan so that it helps you in reporting. So we broke it down. Our vision, our thinking was we just sell to you that you initiate multiple helix or you implement if you already have the multiple helix collaboration or partnership. But should you not have multiple helix, you're still having your triple helix, the government, academia, and the industry, then how do you sustain them? Because it's a journey, that's a journey that we want to go for impact. So we gave you those 5 or so bullet points in our work plan. And the work plan is it is embedded in the system. So for you, you only to tick the boxes, these boxes. When do you want to do this? When do you want to report this? When do you want to report this? For example, one of the activities that we say, number 1 was stakeholder analysis. A very simple report, just tell us who are your key collaborators. That you are this university in this region and you think these are your key partners. Half a page or a page or 2-page report in terms of who are your stakeholders. In your work plan, you have to tick and you tell us when are you going to report that. Either in quarter 1 or quarter 2 or quarter 3 or quarter 4. If you are initiating collaborations or you do have already another major MOU you are implementing, which I know all of you have agreements, MOU that are existing, we gave a second activity to see how you are sustaining them in terms of round table engagement, workshops, forum, not exhaustive, but what do you have any other activities with them? If it's a university, do you have agreement with the industry, with the civil society, with the communities, and how you are sustaining them? It could be workshops, it could be meetings, it could be forums. That is indicative. Then you tell us, when are you going to report that? It's just more or less providing evidence that within the year, we have been engaging partners under this MOU. That either it is of multiple helix, or it could be a bilateral, could even be or triple helix. Another aspect we just wanted you to address is particularly the issues of assessing and specifying the inputs. And for the inputs, if you check your work plan, we had given you a clear indication. We were tracking the inputs in terms of monies. University A, you have all these collaborators that you have signed agreement or MOUs. How much money is coming in from them, from the collaborators, from government, from private sector, from international partners. So you're just assessing, just in terms of input, and we had simplified, just assess from the funding. Oh, we have an MOU with a Chinese institute or something. This is the match that they are bringing in. Or we have an MOU with this one. So this is the kind of technical expertise they are bringing into the country. So in terms of the inputs, we are talking of funds and the technical inputs. It could be exchanging the professors, the visiting professors, the visiting researchers, and the likes. It's yourself, just assess. So then what are we saying? All these aspects, we are just looking for a simple report that we have 10 MOUs that are existing, or we have 2 that we have initiated. This is our assessment. This is the match they are going to bring in. The other aspect, bullet number 4, was to assess and specify the outputs. We have an MOU with the international universities, A, B, C, D, which has been running for the last 5 years, or we have initiated this year. Let's assess the outputs in form of publications. Through that MOU, through that program, through that initiative, have you generated publications? And I'm saying this because publications, they are more closer to you in the universities, in the research institutions. That is your cup of tea, because that's how you thrive. Number of assets, intellectual assets generated, number of applications that you have generated in terms of patents, trademarks, utility model out of that MOU. So again, what we are saying, we are just saying you assess all those active MOUs in your institution. Can you be able to assess the outputs in terms of publication, patents, commercialized product, technology that you are transferring to farmers, policy brief that you are doing to the government? Namna hiyo. Hiyo ni story ya partnership and collaborations. And finally, we expected you to do a summary report in terms of the impact of your agreements, of your MOU, impact, achievement, lesson learned, and the likes. So this is all what is needed here, or just reports. And they are reports of what you are already doing. So you are not being asked to get extra budget to do this. It's just assessing what you are doing, what is already in place. Very good. Having said that, that is about implementation of collaboration and partnerships. And the second aspect is the elephant in the house. It was about technologies development, innovations developed, innovation that have been protected, innovation that have been commercialized, and that have been either transferred for uptake downstream. Okay. Very good. So technology development, we gave you these 5 options. And I would wish to really pay attention to these. And because the majority of what we are speaking to our knowledge generators, our research think tanks. But should we have any other participant on board, please also just see where you're coming in. The first thing that we thought to give you these 5 options. These 5 options have equal scores. So all what you need to do is, as a university, as a research institution, or any other, just to pick one option and implement one option. You're not supposed to take all these. So we went through the trouble of suggesting some possible activities against all these activities, all these options. So we gave you suggested activities against these options. In your work plan, what you are just supposed to have done is to log into our system and tick the boxes that the activities that you want to carry out under the option that you pick. Good example, research institution and the universities, we don't expect you to be anywhere outside option 1 and option 2. Because option 1, this is a research and innovation cycle. That is why you exist. That's where you belong. And this, we are talking about the issues to do with the research that is happening in your universities, the innovation that you are disclosing, that you are getting there, that you are registering. You have intellectual property office, intellectual management office, technology transfer office. How are you able to encourage your staff to disclose what they are discovering because of their duties? We have a major issue around the issues of assessment for innovations. How worthy are they? I've discovered something. How much is it? How much should I sell it to an investor? So all those acquisition of IP, how are you registering? The number of patents have you registered for? The number of utility model that your institution have applied for? Marketing and licensing of IP rights. That's where I was talking about monetization of the already intellectual property that is in your institutions. So how, or you've just discovered and you have registered and you have the patent, but they are under key and lock somewhere. That is not an end by itself. The most important thing, what are you doing about marketing them? Are you able to license developers? Are you able to license industries to commercialize what you have generated? So innovation cycle, research and innovation cycle is the whole range of all those activities. And the activities in there, they are wide. So in our work plan, we had given all those examples. You only needed to tick what is applicable to yourself. Option 2 was acquisition and deployment of modern technologies. You have been doing this year in, year out, because this is the kind of technologies that you are putting in there for research, for training. So you could opt to take option 1, that you demonstrate to us the kind of the researches you have been doing, how you have been applying for patents, how you have been licensing for IP rights, commercialization, and even mapping for us the revenue generated. Or you take option 2, and we just demonstrated that we acquired this technology. We identify this as a technology that is important to us. We acquired through the year, and this is the evidence is that we were able to purchase these. Or we contracted a firm to come and do it for us, to come and install it for us, to come and develop capacities for us. I want to say that I was saying universities, research institution, the only option applicable for you for technology and innovation development is option A and B, option 1 and 2. In the work plan, you saw the activities that we proposed for you, so that we are able to accommodate everybody and we are able to simplify it. You are just to tick the box. And for me, you want to tick the box and provide the evidence of what you have been able to do. Okay? And I thought I should end there. I don't want to really describe the innovation cycle, but I just want to quickly, in a very brief manner, just to say the research and innovation cycle, these are the activities that we provided in the work plan that we wanted you to just tick the boxes where you can be able to implement, where you are able to do. 1, development and implementation of IP policy. I don't think that there's a university, there's a research institution here represented that don't have an IP policy. So that is already a low-hanging fruit for yourselves. You just stick that and provide the evidence that you do have the policy. Implementation of the IP policy. I don't believe there is any that don't have an IP policy. Of course, in the university and research, you could be having research and IP policy together. No problem. Could be one document, but speaks to both. It could be standalone. You have IP policy, intellectual property policy, and you have research policy. No problem. We have no problem. But these are the activities under the research and innovation cycle that we do believe they are within your reach. Development of technologies and all those disclosure, you just provide the evidences that what you have been doing, assessment of IP or technology. You have intellectual property management office, or you are calling technology transfer office. We just need to see evidence of what that office has been doing. For example, for our universities, what we are saying, all these theses that we are doing with our postgraduate studies, what is the role of intellectual property management office or technology transfer office? Do you normally scan those theses? Do you normally advise the postgraduate student before you publish? We think there's something here. That is the other thing. Application for IP, what we need to do is we want to see those application for patents and the likes. Commercialization of IP, we want to see commercialized products. We know a number of our universities have commercialization arm. University of Nairobi, you have the UNES, JKUAT, you have JQuartez. Many other universities have different other arms that you normally commercialize your product. Have you developed marketing strategy, framework? If you do have, it's your option to provide licensing of products. I know a number of universities have developed technology that you have licensed to the industry, to the private sector. Development of incubation hub, I know KU, you do have those incubation hub. Jed and Kimathi, you have those tech parks. So this, we are only asking what you have been doing. So all those wide range of options, you are just picking what is applicable to yourself. Technology transfer, are you able to transfer the number of technology protected innovation? University of Eldoret, I know you have number of technologies that you are transferring to farmers in that region and how you are reporting. That is the research and innovation cycle. That was option one, that I know it is applicable to all of you, research and universities. Option two was acquisition and deployment of modern technologies. And this, we just wanted you to demonstrate that whatever you acquired, you must have identified as a priority technology. So what are you expecting here? Just a small report that this is what we think is important to our university, our research institution. This is what we acquired. This is the equipment that we acquired. This is what we did. We trained our personnel to understand the implementation of technology. If, for example, it was an acoustic, we will say we acquired ERP system and we trained our staff to understand the various modules in the ERP system. Number four, contracting external firm or research institute to develop your technology. Maybe you contracted someone else to develop technology for yourself, or maybe you change the technology directory by yourselves, provide the evidence. So what do we expect from this is they are just reports with the evidences that this is what you do. Creating an enabling factor for success technology. Maybe you have to restructure your labs. Maybe you have to train your people. Very good. So allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to end there. And I needed to pay attention to that. Why? Because we have seen your reporting and we are concerned that even at this point, institutions are still picking stream A and then reporting activity in stream B. And it was important for me to pay attention to that. I've been trying to be very elaborative as much, but allow me to stop there. And with your permission, I would ask we just take a quick break of 10 minutes. It's now 10:55. We'll be back 5 minutes past 11. Thank you so much for agreeing to my proposal, so that we'll be back 5 minutes past 11 for the next part of presentation, but I thought that was important. We have that discussion, but kindly anything that was not clear, let's have it sorted in the Q&A and the chat section. Asante.
Good afternoon. Good morning. Apologies for that echo. My name is Dennis Ebal. I'll take you through this reporting framework. As NAPOSTI, we have tried to digitalize the process of reporting, and I'm sure issues of service delivery has been enhanced, efficiency, more so on avoiding filling the tables repetitively. So this session will be purposely now on reporting what you have implemented during the quarter. So just to give a quick overview, I'll take you through the reporting link. I don't want to assume that each and every one of you know how to access that link. Also, I'll show you where to access the guidelines in regards to the PC, that's the STI mainstreaming, or the requirements. In the event that also you experience challenge, you need to seek for clarification. I'll also show you on how to go about it. Logging into the system. And in this case, I'll show you where to access the user MBA ID, which will enable you to access the system. Then the other aspect is on the filling the profile. That's your profile or your institutional profile. And basically you access that once you log into your system. Then we'll also check on how to populate the annual work plan. My colleague had mentioned the area where you tick boxes. We'll also have a look at it. Basically, that's where the work plan is. Then lastly, we'll go through now the submission of the quarterly reports. Basically, those are the tables. Table 1 to 7 on human resource capacity, infrastructure, RSTI outputs, inputs, and dissemination. And probably lastly, on how to see the reports, basically the feedbacks which we normally share to MDS. So allow me to share my screen so that we can go along together. So I've shared my screen. I hope you're seeing an Aposti website with a domain on www.naposti.go.ke. So basically, to access the reporting portal, there are two ways to go about it, or there are three ways actually. The first one is you can go through our website. That's our www.naposti.go.ke. And that's what I've just shared. Once the website loads, you will see our website. At the top, it has a menu on about us, programs, services, resources, PCMDS, news, contact. For the purpose of this training, we will only focus on the menu on PCMDS. And it's basically the link to the reporting portal. So once you click that portal, that link, it will now load the STI mainstreaming portal. In the event that you have noted the domain for this website, you can just quickly type stipc.naposti.go.ke using any browser, then it will be able to load the system. The other third option is you can go through the eCitizen platform, and the domain for that is naposti.ecitizen.go.ke. Also there you will be able to get our services. So once you access the reporting portal, what I've just shared, at the top there, it has some menu, a menu on home, institutions need help. Below it, below the banner, the image which you are seeing, we have provided the guidelines about the indicator. There we have stated the rationale. Allow me not to go through them, just if you find time, read through it. We have also stated the eligibility, and here we have stated the institutions who are expected to report. And for this category, which we are dealing today, is actually the first option. That's research institutions and universities. So basically, it means all research institutions at universities. We have started the key activities. So for this financial year, we have categorized institutions into two categories, Stream A and Stream B. Stream A basically are the new entrants or institutions without STI strategy, STI mainstreaming strategy. Stream B are institutions with now an approved STI strategy. So the indicators for the Stream A are, or which we expect them to do within this financial year, is to develop the STI mainstreaming strategy for their institution. Once you develop that strategy, is now where the second indicator comes in, is now to implement the strategic issues which are captured within their strategy. So my colleague, Dr. Ngigi, had elaborated on the same, so allow me now to talk more on the same. For stream B, we have two indicators. The first indicator is about collaboration and partnership. Then the other one is about the technologies and innovation developed, protected, and the like, and commercialized. Below it, we also expect both streams to provide RSTI data using the templates which we have embedded online. That's table 1 to 7, which we'll have a look at it during the reporting process. As part of the enabling environment, we have also included some 4 key areas, which we expect also institutions to have. And that's having or appointing focal person and champions. Basically, those are the team who will be able to manage the indicator within their respective institution. We have also provided the responsibilities and requirement. If you click at this link here, it will load what is expected for the focal person to play, and also the STI champion to play, either champions or champion. One of the other thing also we expect is to develop what you call the annual STI mainstreaming work plan. We have also provided the templates, which you can have a look at it. But when reporting, we have embedded the work plan in the portal. Thirdly, we expect also institutions to allow their focal persons and champions to participate in either training and sensitization. And this is mainly purposely for them to understand the indicator so that it can ease the process of implementation within their institution. So once the focal persons and the champions have either attended training or sensitization, we also expect now to cascade down to their staff. So we expect them to do sensitization to the staff. And yesterday we had a question whether this session which we are carrying out at the moment, whether they can allow staff to attend. Yes. As part of addressing this, yes, you can invite staff so that we can work together in this sensitization process. And I'm sure you'll have achieved this, the fourth item. Below it is the reporting details, where it has a link and also a statement on reporting 15 days after the end of the quarter period. We have provided our details there, which you can reach out to us. Below it, we have also provided the data collection tools, which you could share with your respective departments or the sections which are implementing those specific activities which you have committed within your institution. For those who have new entrants, we have also provided the template for the STI mainstreaming strategy. Sorry, I forgot to mention that. If you click here, you'll be able to access a template which will aid you to develop one for your institution. So, lastly, we have prepared a tutorial guide, which you can have a look at it. And it's basically the process of reporting. If you click that link, it's a video of about 11 minutes. You can find time, watch it. It's basically what we are doing at the moment. And it states detailed steps on how to handle the reporting process. So down there, we also have the scores for where we normally populate the scores for the implementation of the indicator. And what is there is actually for the one for the last financial year. If you click there, you'll access how you perform last financial year. So going back to the top, where we had a menu on home, institutions, need help, and the likes. So to mention about need help, it's basically a functionality which you can reach out to us in the event that you don't know anyone within Acosti. You can use that feature. It's the feature allows you to capture your name, just indicate your name. Once you input your name, input a valid email, which will be able to reach out to you. Thereafter, you indicate the subject matter. It could be either an inquiry, or you have lost a password, or you want your account to be reset, and the likes. Then now type the message in regards to that subject. Once you fill this part, then submit. It will create a mailing between us and you, and our technical team will be able to reach out to you via email. So the other menu is about institutions. So for the institution menu, it has about 5 sub-menus. That's about ministries, research institutions, state departments, state agencies, TVETs, and university. So basically here has the list of institutions who are expected to implement the indicator. And like for your case, we have the universities and research. For the options of research universities, we have about 16 research institutions who are expected to implement the indicator. For the universities, we have about 41 universities. So for you to log in or to access your system, if you look at the top, there is a button on logging in. But before you go there, you have to, there's this place or this row for column for MDA ID. Basically, you will need this one because it's basically what you use to log in or to access your account. So kindly access your MDA user ID from this section. Go to your respective category. Let's say for research universities, locate your institutions, get the ID for your institution, then come and access the logging in section. Once you click there, this section will pop up. It will ask you for user ID and password. So for the purposes of training, allow me to use the account from Acosti. Let me just access the account from Acosti. Once you once you access your account, the system will direct you to what we call the MDA profile. And here we capture the details in terms of your institutional details, the coordinating and capacity building, issues of whether you have a strategy, and also indicating whether you belong to either stream A or stream B. So are the institutional details? The first one is your name and code. That one is done from the backend by the Nacosti team. So where you are expected to fill is from the section on email. Here you input the institutional email address, indicate the title of the CEO and the name of the head of your institution. Allow me to clarify here. Ensure that you capture the correct email because all communication which we normally share sent to the email which you have input here. Also, the title, ensure that you also capture the correct title for your head of institution. If by any chance you pick the wrong one, that's what will be captured because it pulls the the details from the profile, then insert all those feedback communication which we share with the respective institution. Also, the name, ensure that you capture the correct name of the head of your institution. The section on coordination and capacity building, here we expect you to state whether you have appointed the focal person. Just indicate yes. If yes, you fill the form in form of name, last name, the telephone number for the focal person, and the email address for the focal person. Also here, ensure that you capture correctly, because all communications which we send to the institution, we also copy the focal person, so that we ensure efficient communication. So for the appointment letter, also upload. For the champions, also indicates whether you are appointed, if yes or no. If yes, attach the appointment letter. For the strategy, also indicate whether you have a strategy. If you have a strategy, basically you belong to stream B. If you don't have, you belong to stream A. Just indicate no. So if you have a strategy, kindly ensure that you have selected stream B. If you don't have, run with the option of stream A. Just to repeat, stream A are the new entrants or MDAs without institutional STI mainstreaming strategy. Stream B are institutions with an approved STI strategy. So once you complete your profile, just click update. And from there, it will load this page. Basically, it's a page where you can now do the reporting. You can access the quarterly links for reporting. And here it captures about the financial year, the financial quarter, and now the link to submit reporting. Like you can see, we started using this system during the first quarter of last financial year up to where we are now, which should be the last link here. So, for you or for MDS, we are expecting to report on quarter 3. For those who haven't reported quarter 1 and 2, ensure that you do the same. You still have a window to report. So for this training, allow me to click on the quarter 3 link. So on this section on quarter 3, the first step is on work plan implementation. And basically, it's now, you are now reporting on what you have done or what you committed that you will. In your work plan, you committed you will do some specific activities within a specific quarter. So for this case, we are now reporting what you implemented during quarter 3. If I may access work plan so that you can know the linkage between now the reporting and the work plan. So this is the work plan. And I'm sure you are now familiar with the structure of it. The first section of the work plan is applicable to both stream A and B, and it has details on issues of appointments of focal persons and champions, participating in training, sensitizing staff, providing data and RSTI. Basically, those are the tables. And lastly, committing on now submitting the report within the set timelines. Like just for the purposes of training, appointment of the focal person. For my case, I selected the Q1, and this is where we expected the institution to select, because appointment or reappointment it should be the first thing before now doing the implementation of the indicator. Issues of budgets, doing the appointment has no budget implication, just indicate 0. And basically, this is a responsibility of either the VC or the head of the institution. So just indicate. So basically, you are filling the time frame or ticking the quarter which you will implement those specific activities. So tick. If you tick if you check this box, it means during or when you are reporting quarter 1, this section will pop up. So you will now state the achievement on the same and attaching an evidence. If I take for quarter 3, it means when reporting for quarter 3, only that section will pop up. Or if you recall the step 1, that's now where you state the achievements and attaching the relevant evidence. For the section on the tables, we expect you to check all the sections on the 4 quarters, because for the tables, you report quarterly. That's quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, and quarter 4. And here also, there is no budget implication. And the responsibility also is largely the focal person to do the reporting on the same. And also submitting the report quarterly is also the responsibility of the focal person. For this section on 4G on the tables, ensure that you check the last quarter, because this is an annual assessment. And when reporting for the quarter 4, that table will be made available as you report. So allow me to go now to the next section of the work plan. If you recall, under the profile, I selected that I belong to stream B. So in stream B, okay, in stream B, there were 2 activities about the collaboration and partnership. It has about 7 or 5 specific activities. We also expect you to implement the same. On the other indicator is about technologies, develop, innovation, develop, or protected, or commercialized. It has also specific activities to be implemented. And here we have categorized into options. My colleague, Dr. Gigi, had taken you through that. Like for the case of university, we expect you to do option 2 or option 1. Option 1 is should be somewhere there. So run with an option, pick all the specific activities, select the time frame to implement, indicate the budget and responsibility. For those who are in stream A, basically it's about the activities for development of the STI strategy, run with them. Then the other section is about now implementing those strategic issues within your STI and streaming strategy. Also run with those activities. So going next, you can also access once you populate your work plan, below it, you can access your work plan. This is the work plan which I've just populated. And work plan was expected to be done during this quarter. For those who are new, ensure that you populate the work plan and also do now the implementation of that work plan. So this is actually what I populated. You remember the first section where it cuts across both stream A and stream B. That's number 1 to now the timely submission. Then this section applies to the category which I selected, that's stream B, and the activities are there. For stream A, it will load the activities for stream A. So going back to the portal, so I mentioned that work plan was meant to be for first quarter. Once you commit to the work plan, now the subsequent quarter was now to do the implementation of your work plan. So allow me to submit the work plan. This is now the section where we expect now you to be doing the reporting process. And the first section I had mentioned is about now reporting what you achieved. Like for the tables, I committed that I'll be reporting quarterly, and here just come and state that we populated table 1 up to table 7. No, here we don't require any evidence because the tables are already embedded within the system. Going to now the section on stream B, because I selected I belong to stream B. During quarter 3, there are 2 activities which I said I will do. Issues of assess and specify, blah, 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 and prepare and attach abstracts for the likes. On technologies, there is also 2 activities which I said I'll do during quarter 3. It's about contracting external firm. This is basically option 2. I ran with option 2. And also technology purchase, direct buying, and the like. So I also come and state the achievements of what I did during that particular quarter, attach the supporting evidence, and ensure that the file is not more than 1 MB. We don't require too much evidence. That's something which just showed that activity was really done and achieved. So once you populate the section on work plan implementation, now you proceed to the next step. And basically here we are capturing, or you are capturing the data on staff establishment. For this section, it has 2 areas. The first section collect data on most of the maximum number of staff you can employ. Like for the case of Nacosti, we could employ up to 98. The second one is about the impost. Let's say as of now, we are 54 staff at Nacosti. At the same total number of info staff who are offering technical, it could be either 16 at the moment or at the end of the quarter, which you are reporting. Then the total number of info staff who are non-Kenyans. In most cases, this section is 0 because we have noted that a few institutions has staff who are non-Kenyans. So basically, if this section is 0, also we expect this section to be 0 because here you state the total number of info staff who are non-Kenyans and offering technical support. So in the other section is about the designation. We are capturing data on designation, number as per establishment and current impost. So the two areas actually complement. So for you to populate that, there's an add button here. Just click add, capture the title. It could be either the vice chancellor. The number as per establishment is 1. Current impost is 1. The other label is about deputy vice chancellors. Indicates there. Number as per establishment could be either 4. Impost could be either 3. So we are actually collecting the generic. Don't go to the specific position of an officer, like let's say human resource officer or ICT officer. Just we are collecting the generic in terms of the designation. So once you populate that, it takes us to the next table on human resource capacity. And here you provide the data on the current number and qualification of RSTI capacity within your institution, and based on the 5 broad specialty, qualification, gender, and age. So it's the same process, just use this button to add, fill in accordingly, then save. So there is a pain when reporting for the first time. The process is actually tedious, but once you populate the data, if there is no variance within that particular quarter, just come and click here, save and continue. If there is any change, like for the case of this section on, let's say, humanities, those with PhD and female, if let's say someone left in this section who are less than 50, just come and click edit and less that figure, let's say it could be 18, save, and the record will be saved. Once you save, proceed to the next one, and the next step is about RSA infrastructure. Sorry, in infrastructure and equipment. Here we also expect you to provide all the current active RSTI equipment, and it should be amount of 0.5 million or 500,000. The same process, use this button here to add name of the equipment, date which were installed, location, the cause, the use of that equipment, and whether it's in good working condition or not. So going further, we have a table on RSTI expenditure. Also, you attach or you provide the expenditure on R&D. And once you populate this during the first quarter, the only section which you come and adjust is the actual expenditure on this. Just come and click edit, indicate the amount which you spend during that particular quarter, then click save and continue. Going next is about the RSTI inputs. It's basically about the programs, and here you list all RSTI programs being or undertaken in your institutions, and it should be within the last 10 years. So use the same button to add, capture the title of the program, indicate the PIs, the start date, end date, and so on. Once you populate the data, save and continue. So here the list will be long if you have been having quite a number of projects. Once you also populate here, you click save and continue. Then it will take us to the RSTI outputs. And basically, it's about providing data on cumulatively and within the last 20 years. Use the same process to add RSTI outputs. We have listed various forms of outputs. Select accordingly. Once you select the form of output, indicate the number, specify the field of study for that RSTI output, and remarks if you have. So once you populate that, click save and continue. And the last section is about the designation of RSTI outputs. We have also listed various forms of designation. They are there. It could be exhibition, expo, policy briefs, print media, social medias, and the like. So kindly also populate the data on the same. Not to forget, we have also provided the data collection tools for the specific step, like for the dissemination, you can access here and share with the relevant department to assist in populating the same. So once you populate that, click next. And this is the last section where we expect you to view the report which you have populated before ensure that it's exactly what you populated within that particular quarter. You can print the same and share with the accounting officer, where now I'm sure we also expect you to have a forwarding letter. And basically, this letter formally confirms the submission and ensure that the accounting officer takes the responsibility for the validity and accuracy of the data which you are providing. So attach the letter. Once you attach the letter, confirm that the information provided is accurate. Once you confirm, then click submit. Once you click submission, under my submission at the top menu, you can now see that submission has been assigned a reference number. For my case, I haven't submitted. That's why the reference on this section of the report, it hasn't been attached to it. And lastly, to mention on this section of the feedback letter, we have about 3 colors. We have green, orange, and red. Green basically means when it comes to compliance, we have no problem with you. The orange one is if you have any compliance issue, you will get this kind of a color. If you check on your letter, it has compliance issues. The red one basically means we haven't assessed your feedback or your submission. Allow me to end there. Then I allow my DG to take up the next session. Probably for the question session, we can have it after the our DG presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dennis. Yeah, for that presentation.
Morning, DG.
I think at this point, Dennis, we can enhance the DG to come on board. Is that okay, Dennis?
Yeah.
Perfect. If that is not a distinguished participant, let's allow at this point invite the NACOSTI Director General, Professor Walter Oyawa, to give the crowning presentation, and with your indulgence, after that we can have now the open forum or plenary where we should be able to address all the aspects that pertains to today's sensitization. Prof, if you are ready, we know what you are in the middle of something else. Can allow you at this point to come in.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ngigi. Am I audible?
Yes, Prof, I can hear you.
Yes, Yagon. Dennis, you can pull down so that I can share, or I can I'm trying to share, yes.
Just proceed with sharing.
Okay, okay. Is it visible on the screen?
Yes, can
Yeah.
see it.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, distinguished colleagues, this is another time where we engage on matters of science, technology, and innovation mainstreaming. I'm actually in the background of quite an activity here at Konza Technopolis, where they are handing over facilities to one of our special degree awarding institutions, an institution called Kenya ICE, and which is closely related to STM and streaming. I think that in one of the slides, there'll be something about it. There's quite a coincidence that as we engage with universities, the facilities at Kenya ICE are also being handed over today to the Cabinet Secretary for ICT, Honorable William Kabogo. But colleagues, allow me just to thank you for sparing some time, and for I'm seeing the turnout is quite good, over 100, and that shows we are still keen on this engagement. It's a two-way engagement. We benefit a lot from the input that you give us, as much as we also believe that you benefit from what we have. I just wanted to be a little bit different from what you have been sharing in the past, to focus on the key role that we have been given by the ministry in charge of public service. And that is if I might move ahead, we were given the task this year to ensure that we move away from processes and we talk in terms of impact. And this is simply because they are saying it is easy for us to score processes. If we say we are going to have 100 policies and we take it to a board or council, get approved, it's done. But then the question is, have those policies impacted on Kenyan citizenry? Has it impacted on our border? Has it impacted on Mama Mboga? And we're in those kind of times where we are having an informal contract, what is called a social contract with the society. And therefore, even for the universities and the research institutions, focal persons gathered here today, we believe that is a message that you could strongly send to the CEOs, the accounting officers of the institution, that the country and everybody else is asking for our impact. And measuring impact is not easy. You can do very well in whatever you're doing and find that you're not impacting anywhere. We still want to reiterate the similar things that we have been saying before, and that is, one, Matters RSTI is a game changer, not only for the global agenda, but also for our national agenda. We also quote the statement by none other than His Excellency the President, that number 2 bullet, that His Excellency said that the government of Kenya is betting on research, science, technology, and innovation in deepening trust and strengthening public confidence in government. And a third aspect, which is also a game changer and has come out in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic, that matters of research, science, technology, and innovation is actually a national security and public safety issue. Technology research has dual use, so that even the products that come out of our labs can easily be used to harm our people. And that happened some years back, I think in 2018, 2019, when medical interns in one of the Kenya medical training colleges were found using anthrax or making anthrax to be able to cause harm, and we had connections with the terrorists outside the country. So we always must be aware that whatever we are doing in our labs, whatever we are doing in our models, could also have an harmful effect, which if we don't take care of, then you would have done what we're calling zero-sum game. You have made some 10 steps progress and then 10 steps backward, or even 11 steps backward. I also want to shout loud again once more that the things that we do, this STM in streaming, what the function that do, have been really escalated by none other than His Excellency the President. His actions have been what we call the first timers in Kenya's history. As I mentioned before, he established the Presidential Advisory Council on Science and Technology, which is still waiting appointments at his own pleasure and at his own time. But he also nominated a special envoy on technology. Again, this is the first time since independence, if I'm not wrong. Maybe it's one was done in the past, but in my lifetime, what I'm aware, this could be the first special envoy on technology, who is based, I think, at the big house, the State House. Now, our question is, are we trying to use the person, the senior government officer designated for technology, to engage him, to find out if he could be our voice to decision-making? One of the challenging issues for all of us are resources, and these resources are scarce, and they are allocated in terms of priority. So have we tried to get through to him to to engage him, especially for funding for research, which has been going down and down. This is not the work of just the National Research Fund. It's not the work of NACOSTI or Kenya alone. It's a collective responsibility that we have to figure out how to convey our message out there. But most recently, I think something happened 2-3 weeks ago where this appeared in the news, the Star. Ruto announced his plans to create State Department for Research Innovation. This is a first timer because we are currently based as under the Higher Education and Research State Department, which is good, but in his own wisdom, His Excellency also found it worth to escalate it, where to have a standalone department on that. And I think the same day that that news came, there were the nominees, the latest nominees of PSS, and we have a State Department for Science, Research and Innovation, which the president's nominee is Professor Abdul Razak Shaukat. We are indeed pleased to note that Professor Abdul Razak Shaukat, those of you who come from Egerton know him very well. He used to be a DVC there, but was literally the founding principal of the National Council for Science and Technology, which later on transformed to NACOSTI, and was also like the first principal of NACOSTI and left in 2014. And you can see he's back in the sector after 10 years. So we're indeed pleased that your voice, because of the support that you're giving us, your participation in this STM and streaming is being felt government-wide, and the people who matter thought it wise that it needs to be escalated still under the Ministry of Education, but with a separate State Department. It means we can now figure out and plan how we collectively seek funds, seek resources, seek partnerships, air our ideas, advise government on emerging issues, whether be it GMOs, be it wherever. So we have a chance here to really engage, and the best part or component of government will be the universities and research institutions. So I'm pleading with us that if we don't take this opportunity, it will just come by and pass. I also just want to inform that I've been now at NACOSTI 5 years, and I've seen matters of research, science and technology escalating, pole, slow but sure. And we're seeing with the establishment of that State Department, with the establishment of Presidential Advisory Council, we are most likely moving towards the US system, where matters of research, science, and technology are escalated right directly to the presidency. If you look at that, Dr. Ngige, I hope I'm online. I'm always worried using my... Okay,
yeah,
thank
yes,
you.
Prof. We're together.
So colleagues, as you can see, is in that what you're calling the science, technology, innovation system of the US, which they will never tell us. Yes, they will not tell us the good things that work for them. They'll tell us what they want to tell us. So unless we make deliberate checking up, also checking on what others do, we'll end up following what they are saying and not following what they're doing. So they have the National Science and Technology Council, the equivalent of NACOSTI reporting the presidency. They have an Office of Science and Technology Policy, which would be equivalent to DRST in the Ministry of Education. Then they have a Presidential Council of Advisors reporting the presidency. The essence of this is that it's a whole of government approach. It's a one government approach. It's a whole of society approach. Both the security sector, the politics sector, the private sector, and the education sector are brought together. And this really fits well with what we're calling the science, technology, and innovation system in Kenya. If you look at that, which I've presented in the past, please let us be informed of this system. We, since independence, we have struggled to work in silos. We want to excel in silos. Like NACOSTI, we want to excel alone. NRF would want to excel alone. Kenya would want to excel alone. KIPI would want to excel alone. It doesn't work. You can only go to a certain point and then you stop. Because the final product that impacts on Wanjiku, that impacts on Boda Boda, literally requires everybody's input. It requires social scientists, it requires politicians, it requires literally everybody as a system, just like the way the body works. So we have worked very hard as MDS, but in silos. If you look at the system which has been there, I came to NACOSTI and found this system. It talks of 3 subsystems. You have the political, governance, regulatory subsystem. You have the education and research system. This is where you belong. I think the higher education sector belongs here. The universities, research institutions belong here. But then the most challenging part, as I've always said, is the business and industrial system. How do we convert the knowledge that is there in universities into a product or a service which Wanjiku, a normal Kenyan citizen, can say that came from the universities? This is the challenge that we have. And we are moving to the next phase of STM and streaming, which is about impact. Impact, impact, impact. If whatever we do does not eventually end up impacting directly or indirectly on the public, then it's of no value. We will have wasted money. If we create policies, like we have been struggling with the STR policy, and it doesn't... There's a voice in the background, Dr. Ngige? Am I clear? Is it clear?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Okay, okay, fine. I had something about. So we're saying if we do policies, or we like now for the universities, when you train, you do something very impactful to the country. You produce graduates, you produce the next generation workforce. Very impacting, and we need to shout loud. Yeah, are these graduates getting jobs out there? And if they're not getting jobs, what is the issue? How can we help them get jobs? Because until they get jobs, they might end up converting to very dangerous persons in the country. And idle mind allows for all kinds of things. So I think our work is not, as universities and research institutions, not just to churn out graduates and say, wacha watafute kazi. We also need to participate and find out, where can we help so that they can create their own jobs or get jobs elsewhere. So having said that, I just wanted to shout loud, the same escalation, what we're calling strategic positioning of RSTI enterprise is happening in big countries. And you can rest assured they will never tell you. We will collaborate with Chinese. Like I know some institutions are doing very well, UN, JQuad, but they will never tell you that, you need to escalate matters of science and technology to this level. But in China, they have a state steering committee on science and technology reporting to the state council, which is chaired by the premier. You go to Japan, the equivalent of NACOSI, which is the Council for Science and Innovation, is right inside the prime minister's office, and therefore means resources are available. Like that 2% we have been talking about of R&D. Probably if the sector was closer to where decision making is made, we'll be getting it in full. But now it is nikidogo. It is so tiny that even NRF itself, the funds they get, they would largely want to use that to pay for the salaries of their staff. So what is left at the end of the day is so little, even to share out. It means in terms of priorities, we have not escalated ourselves to a point where we are considered as a priority or an activity of national strategic importance. You go to Singapore and you can Google this. Again, you'll see the Research, Innovation, and Enterprise Council is right inside the PM's office. So what you're saying, the STM mainstreaming is been escalating us. Yeah, our voice is being heard as you give these reports, and we thank you for that. Now, coming back to the gist of this presentation is exactly the same what I was saying. What is our connection to society, and how do we quantify it? Yes, for the universities that are here, for the research institutions that are there, and for other agencies that are there, are you able, as NACOSTI, are we able to quantify our impact on bottom-up economic transformation agenda? Are we able to quantify? Not by ourselves, but using the global metrics or national metrics that are there. Enhancing Kenya's global competitiveness, that attracts business, it attracts tourism, it attracts partnerships, it attracts so many other things. And every country, by the way, wants to be ranked #1 in terms of global competitiveness. So what is our contribution? Have we checked the metrics that are there? Yeah, funding for RSTI, that's another key issue. Climate change. So these things are standard, and we'll give you that slide to read. I don't have to read everything, but I really want to share that we are moving from what we normally are doing to what is our impact nationally. If you look at the data on the screen there, for the last 3 years, 2023, 2022, 2021, you can see that the value of our imports is almost 3 times the value of our exports. And that's why sometimes stabilizing the dollar, the shilling or the dollar, is a challenge, because our exports are not increasing as much. If you look at there's some slight increase, but it needs to be a leap. Now, who is supposed to impact on this kind of balancing act? Where we would actually be happy if it was 50-50. The value of our imports is 50%, is 1-to-1, the ratio of 1-to-1 as compared to the value of imports. But when we're importing more, and if you look at what we're importing on the last column there, we're exporting tea, cut flowers, coffee, fish, things that we're good at, mainly relating with agriculture. But what are we importing? We're importing machinery. Those are things of RSTI. We are importing transport equipment. Those are things of RSTI. We're importing petroleum. Yeah, of course, that one you have no choice, but I think Kenya's oil somewhere. We're importing iron. We have coal, which can be used. We have iron ore, which can be used to make iron. Yeah, we're importing steel. We're importing resins. But this is really RSTI. And I'm sure there are agencies which are able to do that. For the universities and research institutions, mostly is to assist those MDS in research, in telling them that this is doable. And that is where now this thing of one government approach should be mandatory, so that universities are not working in isolation, coming up with research findings which the ministries and departments do not recognize, or the private sector do not recognize, because that is exactly what is happening. So that is the data. And of course, I wanted to, unlike what we have been presenting in the last 3 days, I wanted to have a special focus on higher education and universities as part of this STM mainstreaming. And our plea is that, as the focal points and champions, please create a way of, in addition to writing reports, find a way of giving some one-pager opinion or recommendation to the CEO on what is happening in the sector. There are rapid changes happening. And just like informing just your CEO of the opportunities here, the opportunities there, unless you do a write-up and maybe request for a meeting, you'll find that you might not be exploiting the opportunities that are there. But we believe, me and others, and I'm praying also you believe that the universities are going through a very, very difficult time, which is occasioned by inadequate funding, limited number of jobs for graduates. If your graduates are not getting jobs, then your university cannot be popular. Okay? If your graduates are not getting jobs, or your programs that you offer are not making them get jobs, then they just go there for the sake of going. But you find a private institution like Strathmore, for example, in what they teach is on mostly on this accounting or business matters. They try to have a higher level of their graduates getting jobs. And for that reason, their classes are limited because they charge high. They can afford to charge high because the student is assured, or the parent who is paying fees is assured that paying high money, high fees, but a very high percentage that my child will get a job. So this is how we need to transform most of the universities. It's a difficult case, but it's part of the impact that we need to think of. Yeah, there's a need for change. The need for change is obvious and may be considered as an enormous opportunity for innovation in higher education and research system. Whenever there's change, change is painful. I remember when Honorable, the late Michuki was introducing the Matatu rules, people were against it. The publics were against it. Yeah, saying that a Matatu can only take maybe 6, 7 people. It was like there was a public outcry. But he told us that this is an opportunity for business people. It's an opportunity to reorient. And eventually everybody was very happy because you are comfortable, you are paying money, which is worth it. And it created opportunities for business, for more people to have Matatus and so forth. So for me, I think the difficulties that the universities are going through, including the research institutions, is an opportunity to reinvent. It means we cannot be using the same style that we used in the independence. What we have been using is the post-independence model. Yeah, the way universities were, the way research institutions were, the way Calro was many years ago, the way Cambridge was, the way Kennedy was, is exactly the way they are up to now. There's no great game changer. But now you have to think, what is the impact? And the impact is the commercialization of the research outcomes that are there. Patenting them and commercializing them, creating jobs, increasing your income, that is the only way everybody is going. So which model will work to us is what we need to deliberate. And that is part of this STM mainstreaming. What will be your contribution to the economy in terms of job creation? And that question is already there. For those like the research institutions and like us who are sagas, we are now going through the complex question of mergers and dissolutions. I would ask each one of us, what do you think led to those decisions of merging A and B, merging C and B? I think even in Acosti, previously we had been aligned on the merger and went and put up our case of what we're doing. And when the latest one came, it's like we're not on that merger. But that was what is happening now is just phase one. So what informs the mergers? It is data, it is statistics. It's not what we say, it is what is there out. It's how you are ranked in some of these metrics. So I would plead, the same has not come to the universities, but you never know. Somebody just come, the merger talk has been there around the universities. What will make your institution to stand alone or you to be the main one who swallows the other one? It is about the data about you. So we believe, and you can check this out, that the next generation universities are smart educational institutions that prioritize adapting to rapid technological advancements. We also believe they should be able to address global challenges. We also believe they should be able to respond to evolving society and community needs. They should also be able to prepare the students for the digital workforce, particularly what is now being called the fifth industrial revolution. I could hear most of Africa still talking of the fourth industrial revolution, but the world is in the fifth industrial revolution. The focus on solving complex problems as a niche. So it's not just about creating complex curricula. It's about solving problems. If those curricula can train graduates that solve problems of communities, at the cost in Kwale, people talk of mining. So where are the universities to help them get either the machinery to mine or to convert those minerals or to even quantify the potential volume of minerals that are there at the cost and many other, even in West Pokot, I'm told there's quite some minerals in Nyanza. So what is the contribution to solve those society problems from which you also make your money? And from which the society also celebrates you. This is what STM mainstreaming is about. So what Dennis was saying, what my colleague Yagon was giving you those tables, it's about recording our contribution, your contribution, our contribution to the country, so that we are moving away from processes to another stage. And dear colleagues, the last number 6 is key. We have been structured. I don't know whether it was by our people who colonized us or just by ourselves. We have been structured to work alone. We struggle alone. We want to excel alone. That is okay to some extent, but the major deliverables will always be done through a multi-agency approach. It will always be done. If you want to go up to the end, yeah, like we saw during COVID-19 pandemic, the students at KU were coming up with ventilator, and they're doing it alone. They're struggling in it alone. I'm sure if other players came in, the private sector, other institutions, that ventilator would be one of the products that we could be selling rather than buying those. So our competitors outside the country would want us to continue working in silos. So we do good researchers, they stop somewhere. They take them out of the country, steal them, convert them to multi-billion industry. So the time has come where we have to force ourselves to find out institution A and B, if they combine together, can they give us a product? And that will mean that we know that institution A is very good at this, institution B is good at that, institution C is good at that, private sector is good at creating an industry. So when we do that, we will get somewhere. But at the moment, we're in silos. I know, having worked and still working at the universities, there are a lot of researches which have been done. In fact, we might not even need more basic research. You might just need to convert those researches, apply them, convert it into services and products. So having said that, I don't know whether this will be audible. Dennis, you have told me that this could be audible. Just something about the 5th Industrial Revolution. And Dr. Ngigi will tell me whether it's audible.
Just a
minute.
Imagine a world where humans and machines work seamlessly together, not just for productivity,
you could share
but to
the video.
uplift our society,
We are able to hear the
prioritize
audio only.
well-being, and address some of humanity's biggest
You're
challenges.
able to hear the voice?
Welcome to the 5th Industrial
Yeah, we're able
Revolution,
to hear the voice,
where
but unable
technology
to see
meets
the
purpose.
video.
Before we
The
look
video is not
ahead,
there.
let's take a quick trip through the revolutions that got us here.
Is the screen,
The
is the
first
screen visible?
industrial revolution took place between
Yeah,
the
we
late
were able to
18th
hear
and
the
early
audio,
19th
but
century.
not to
It was
see
powered by
the.
steam and mechanization. This era reshaped
Okay, then
agriculture and
I'll just
industry,
put it off.
giving
So,
birth to the modern factory.
I've
The
shared. I
second
think
industrial revolution took place in the late.
Okay, let me try another one. This is by His Excellency the President.
The government of Kenya is shaping the present,
Is that visible also?
working for you and delivering opportunities for you to learn, work, create, and innovate
Dennis, is that
a path to the
visible
future
or only
for
audio?
yourselves and for
We're
your
only
nation.
hearing the audio,
Silicon
but I think
Savannah
audio is just
Innovation
enough.
Park is your platform to
Don't able to
define
see
the
the audio.
future
You hear the audio?
of Kenya's digital economy.
Just
The Silicon Savannah Innovation Park is more than an infrastructure project.
Are you
It
able to
is
say it from
an
your side? I think I
investment
sent you the four slides.
in our people, our future, and our global standing.
Are you able to share?
Our message
from your
is
side?
clear. Kenya will
me
not
share.
merely
So
participate
that I stop sharing. Do you
in the
have them?
5th Industrial Revolution. We will lead it.
Yeah, Dennis, what I'm saying, are you able to share from your side?
let me share in a minute.
Yeah, so I stopped sharing, eh?
Yes.
Okay, I've stopped sharing. There are 3-minute clips. I think there are 3 or 4 of them. If you allow us just to share on the current issues that these are some of the current issues, ladies and gentlemen, where we were hoping that the universities will give direction to the country. And we are requesting the focal points and champions to be able to, if we could create a forum where we could have advisories to the key ministries or to the key organs of government on the 5th Industrial Revolution, on AI, and so forth. And as Dennis is, I think, is logging in just to inform you that last week we were in Rwanda, in Kigali, Rwanda, a Kenya delegation led by Cabinet Secretary, Prime Cabinet Secretary, to attend the Global AI Summit on Africa. It was a big event. We missed out, I think, on the universities, probably due to these financial limitations. but doesn't stop us from finding out what was happening, because most of the things that happened are actually available online as video clips or as presentations. Dennis, are you able?
Yes, DG.
You are set?
Let me know.
Okay. You'll fast track some so that we save on time also.
Okay.
Imagine a world where humans and machines work seamlessly together,
I can see it. Yes.
not just for productivity, but to uplift our society, prioritize well-being, and address some of humanity's biggest challenges. Welcome to the 5th Industrial Revolution, where technology meets purpose. Before we look ahead, let's take a quick trip through the revolutions that got us here. The first industrial revolution took place between the late 18th to early 19th century. It was powered by steam and mechanization. This era reshaped agriculture and industry, giving birth to the modern factory. The second industrial revolution took place in the late 19th to early 20th century. It heralded in the age of electricity, where assembly lines brought mass production, setting the stage for global industry. The third industrial revolution started in the late 20th century. It kicked off the digital revolution, where computers and the internet revolutionized communication and information sharing. The fourth industrial revolution is taking place in the 21st century. It entails advanced robotics, AI, and IoT. This phase began merging the digital and physical worlds through automation and connectivity. And now, we stand on the brink of the 5th industrial revolution, a new chapter focused on human-centric technology and global inclusivity. So what is the 5th industrial revolution? In the 5th industrial revolution, or 5IR, technology isn't just about efficiency or innovation, it's about humanity. What are the key features of 5IR? Human-centric technology. Unlike past revolutions that leaned toward replacing humans, 5IR emphasizes collaboration. Technology here is designed to amplify human abilities and solve complex challenges. Sustainability and inclusivity. This era aims to make progress accessible to all, prioritizing sustainable development and ensuring that tech benefits society as a whole. Personalization. From healthcare to consumer products, customization is key, shaping experiences and solutions to fit individual needs. So what is different between the 4th versus the 5th industrial revolution? 4IR is predominantly driven by automation. Its focus was on streamlining processes, often at the cost of traditional jobs. 5IR will take a human-first approach, enhancing, not replacing, human roles, blending empathy, ethics, and technological advancement. What are the technologies shaping the 5th industrial revolution? The 5th industrial revolution is powered by innovations that are redefining our world. Robotics and AI will move from automation to collaboration. Robots will work alongside humans, not to replace them, but to empower their potentials. Biotechnology will merge tech and biology to address health and environmental issues, creating solutions tailored to human and ecological needs. Quantum computing has the potential to solve previously unsolvable problems. From medical advancements to energy breakthroughs, quantum computing promises to redefine what's possible. Nanotechnology will operate at an atomic scale. Nanotechnology offers transformative applications in materials, science, medicine, and sustainability. So what will be the impact of the 5th industrial revolution? The promise of the 5th industrial revolution extends beyond technology, influencing our lives, jobs, education, and global collaboration. Job evolution will take place as technology handles the repetitive tasks, allowing humans to focus on creativity, problem-solving, and complex decision-making. Educational transformation will take place as programs emphasize creativity, critical thinking, and emotional intelligence. Skills essential for human-machine collaboration. 5IR will promote global collaboration. Worldwide partnerships will increase to address pressing issues like climate change, inequality, and global health. As you watch this future unfold, know that you are part of this extraordinary revolution. Whether as a scientist, educator, or innovator, your role in shaping a world where technology and humanity advance together is essential. Embrace the possibilities and take your place in this defining moment of human history.
So Dennis, you can go to the next.
The pace of technological change is relentless.
Skip that one.
Right
You
now,
can skip
AI
that
is
one.
making decisions
Dennis?
faster than humans. 5G
Dennis,
is
you can
connecting
skip that one.
billions of devices in real time.
Yeah, go to the next one and then one more. Yes, exactly.
Yesterday, I ran into the former CS for Energy.
Not that one. TikTok gives different things. Eh?
The government of Kenya is shaping the present, working for you and delivering opportunities for you to learn, work, create, and innovate a path to the future for yourselves and for your nation. The Silicon Savannah Innovation Park is your platform to define the future of Kenya's digital economy. The Silicon Savannah Innovation Park is more than an infrastructure project. It is an investment in our people, our future, and our global standing. Our message is clear. Kenya will not merely participate in the fifth industrial revolution. We will lead it. Let us seize this defining moment to turn our vision into a legacy of inclusive transformation that endures for generations. The government.
Okay, next. Okay.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen.
No, skip that one.
Pleasure to join you. My thanks.
Skip that one. Go to the last one. The one of Elon Musk.
$140,000 is not enough.
You can enlarge it. Yeah. Yes.
$140,000 is not enough to buy a house or get married, but it can buy you a robot that can clean, cook, chat with you, and even bear children. This is the robot called Cat Girl, developed by Musk. The robot is 173 centimeters tall, weighs 123 pounds, and has a lifelike texture on its face and hands. Its appearance and voice can be customized to your liking. She has a gentle and obedient personality with no negative emotions, making her the ideal partner. Moreover, the Cat Girl robot can give birth. It has an artificial uterus inside, which fully simulates the growth environment of amniotic fluid in a mother. This system is capable of cultivating embryos and can also monitor the baby's weight, blood pressure, heartbeat, body temperature, and respiratory rate in real time. Even more impressively, it can genetically modify embryos that are not implanted in the uterus and choose the baby's physical characteristics using over 300 genes, including intelligence levels, and ensure that your baby is free from hereditary diseases. It is said that this robot will be ready for mass production by 2026. So if the Cat Girl robot really enters households, what will our lives be like?
Thank you, Dennis. So you can exit screen share so that I share. No, that one is important also. So also that one, could you share that one? By the Director General of
the immense potential of AI and digital advancements. AI innovations can transform healthcare, boost economic opportunities, and enhance national security. This raises a critical question: how should Kenya and the continent counter cyber threats in this evolving landscape and exploit the opportunities presented by emerging technologies? Africa must take charge of its digital future. We must move beyond roles such as content moderation, and instead we need to focus on AI research, development, and strategic partnerships that empower the continent. And eventually, it will also boost our national security and our stand in the region and the continent. By coming together as a region, we can ensure that AI serves our interests rather than undermines them. Notably, I am pleased to highlight the significant support made by the NIS in technology. Intellectual property theft presents yet another security threat that undermines the country's innovation capabilities and economic advantage. Since independence, Kenyan institutions have only secured 55 patents. Since independence, 55 patents. The gaps result in Kenyan development solutions being patented by external actors and commercialized abroad and later sold back to Kenya. IP theft, however, is not only limited to external actors, but also within our country, where big corporations have exploited young and unsuspecting innovators. In this regard, strengthening collaboration between research-intensive universities such as NIRU and the private sector represented here today is crucial for generating innovative solutions that can be patented, commercialized, and scaled up. We must unite in our efforts to secure education for every child across our nation, for it is not just a matter of learning, it is a matter of security and stability. When you have no teachers in the north, in Turkana, in Samburu, in northeastern, just know that that uneducated child will probably become a cattle rustler or a terrorist, because without the requisite knowledge, they will.
Thank you, Dennis. I think that's the end. You can exit so that I can share my screen now. Yes, is it visible? And am I audible?
Yes, DJ.
Yeah, so distinguished colleagues, I don't think I need to add anything more than what you've heard. Things are happening and they're happening very fast. And as much as we have limitations and challenges, we need to come together to figure out how we walk this very tricky journey, this very complex journey, this very fast-changing journey. And what the Director General of the National Intelligence has said is exactly what you're seeing on the screen, that since independence, we seem to be, our Kenyan institutions, especially public institutions, seem to be having only 55 patents. That's a great serious concern, that the great work done by in the universities, and we know there have been great works, the great works done in research institutions, the ILRIs, KEMRIs, KIRIDIs, you name it. There are quite a number of strong ICIPEs and so forth, that out of that work, like you look at the University of Nairobi, they have only 3 patents. Would you and me believe? Obviously, the conclusion is that work done is going somewhere and is being used against us, not for us. So the time has come. I think it's better late than never, rather than us look backwards, is that through this STM and streaming and us coming together and whole of government approach, how can we this year put in many applications to KPE for patents based on the knowledge that you have? We go to the Nairobi show and you see great inventions, innovations. But when you ask the presenters there that, have you tried to make an application for patent? It's like, no, I've not made, and I don't know what it is. But it's a requirement, especially for those of us working in public institutions. If you have used public resources, if you have used public time, you have used facilities and so forth, it's a requirement that you submit through your institution. They need to apply for that patent, package it in a good way. The only thing that we know is missing at the moment is agreements with researchers and innovators, so that if the patented material ends up being converted into money, then you have your share. We have no option. You can see it has gone to the highest levels. It's under consideration. So just be careful. And this is connected to what is now being called the research security, where there's a lot of espionage going on research. The war now is not about weapons. Countries are not fighting on weapons. They are struggling on dominance in science and technology. And the great think tanks that are there are in the universities, they're in the research institutions. So the country is going to look upon you, upon us, to lead the way on the AI. Yeah, we might be limited, but there must be something that we can do even with the limited resources. And again, it is for us to shout out loud and insist that we need funding to research on AI, we need funding to research on agriculture, we need so forth and so forth. So this is an area of concern why you have very limited funding. You can see KU as 2 patents. You can see KenGen as 3 patents. KenGen, that is not their core business, but they have 3 patents, which is a great achievement. But for JKUAT, TUK, Masidamuliro, KIRDI, ICIPE, UN, KU, and for all of us gathered here, our institutions that's our core business. Coming up with such outcomes, publishing some, but most important, publications do not convert into money. It is patents that convert to money that create jobs and so forth. Now, if you compare the data with the rest of the world, you ask yourself, why do we collaborate with our great friends from China or US? that we are patenting 0 in a year or 2 or 3. Them, they are submitting 1.4 million patent applications in 2022. Dr. David Ngigi, I hope I'm still online. I will skip most of the slides.
Yes, Prof, we can hear you.
So my colleagues, what I'm just putting it, I know this is pale news, but sometimes pale news is what we need to hear so that we can take a different direction. Why would our very good partners, and they're there, China, there, US, Japan, they're all there in the country, and they're supporting a number of your institutions. Why would they be submitting 1.4 million patent applications in a year, out of which they will get maybe 700,000 approved? And for us, there's almost nothing. And is it believable that China will be having 1.4 million new inventions every year from China itself? I don't think so. It is coming from you and me and in our country. So our issues are, as we engage, why don't we balancing it out? That even as they do what they're doing without us stopping them, we also get our share of this. This is something which is a great concern to all of us, including me, and we are all culpable. I'm culpable, you are culpable, we're all culpable. Let's take that responsibility. Then let's take the journey that we start saying that in the next 3-4 months, so that at the end of the financial year, we'll have a list, maybe even the newspaper, of the Kenyan institutions that are patent. And that will be of interest to great decision makers, because that patent, if monetized or commercialized or converted to an industry, has direct bearing on bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Publications are good, and that's for professors and lecturers. I've published quite fairly well, yes. But when I'm asked, has my publications really resulted in bread and butter on the table of Wanjiko or even my family, I find that to answer that is very difficult. So it is the times are demanding that. Before, there was not that kind of pressure, but the times are demanding that a lecturer or a researcher in a research institution, your next level promotion should also be evaluated based on your impact to society, which is measurable based on global metrics. And some of the things are this patenting. The Global Innovation Index, one of the key parameters is the number of patents a country has. It's extremely important. I'm emphasizing on this, that let's walk this journey. Let's start it off, and we'll never regret. You'll see changes. You'll see opportunities even right inside government. You'll see us being prioritized, because when you come up with an invention which leads to the first Kenyan car or the Kenyan vaccine, and you might have had a rumor of some great vaccine in the world being developed by Kenyans, and it went somewhere else. Imagine that vaccine which is being supplied globally. If we only had a share, not even own it, but we co-own it at a share, how much jobs would have been created? So these are the debate about STM and streaming that we need to quantify, so that your agency can stand proudly even before your minister, before your peers, and say that us as agency ABCD or university ABCD, we think we have done our bit despite the limited resources. Yes, lamentations are there. They're even there in the Bible, but the entire Bible cannot be just lamentations. Let us lament, but let us also do what we can do. That is my plea from Nakosti. You look at that patents grants for countries in 2021. You can see in that year, China had 607,000 patents. You might be shocked in that year, Kenya maybe had only 3-4 by Kenyans. There could be patents by foreigners approved in Kenya or operating in Kenya, but by Kenya it could be 3. So what is so unique about the Chinese innovators or scientists or professors? There is something, there's a secret they have discovered, which they will not tell us. So we are shouting loud this STM is streaming that this is the elephant in the room. Yes, coming up with technologies, and universities, Nakostis, Kenyans, and Arab, we are all culpable. Let's not blame each other. Let's just say we are all culpable. Let's sit together and see how we can progress on this. So our prayers is that maybe next year when we are putting the list, and maybe we are even being told by the Minister of Education at some point to put it in the newspaper as part of public knowledge. This is public information that public needs to know, because we are all publicly funded, that we will have a reason that we have started here, and each year, one by one, we start to improve on that. So having said that, what is the value proposition of this STM streaming indicator? We have always said it, and this one you can read. We have about 5, what we think are value propositions. One, of course, is anchors Kenya as a top-notch technology innovation hub by the data that we provide, which is now being used elsewhere to escalate Kenya's competitiveness. It also imparts a culture of creativity. It should be in our DNA and in our system, so that in our universities, we don't just end up becoming teachers, but become teachers of knowledge, but also converters of knowledge for the use of humanity. And then, of course, a whole government approach. So that one you can read, my colleagues. And the data, allow me to thank us very much, by the way. This data we are still validating, and you have seen one of the parts of the data that we validated is on patenting. We went on the KIPI to check their records because a number of institutions had given us the wrong number of patents. There was confusion between patent application or provisional patent versus patent. Please, colleagues, be informed that a provisional patent is not a patent. It's just like the word says, a temporary protection for you to enable you complete the process. We had one institution, technical training college, Sigalagala, technical and vocational college, which actually submitted 33 or 34 patent applications. So to them, they thought they had 33 patents, but actually they had 33 patent applications. And a number of TVET institutions, they are celebrating and saying you have this amount of patents, but we say what you've done is step one, and it's very good. You have made an application, but you need to follow up with KIPI, and we can help you follow up with KIPI. We can help you, and we had a very good training where maybe some of you attended. You'd agree with me that we brought the top-notch people who know about patenting. And I know JEQUAT team was leading the pack because we are telling people, how come you have this patent? What JEQUAT also has introduced is that sharing, benefit sharing ratio. I don't know whether they're implementing it, but it's an extremely important that if I was involved in a research, I was the principal investigator or a researcher, and our research leads to a patent, and that patent is earning some millions for the university, there needs to be a portion for me. That should be mandatory. In the US, there's even a law to that effect. Because that is the missing link where researchers shy away. You take my knowledge or my research outcomes and then you ignore me, then it's not likely to happen. So we are encouraging that. At CalRO, I think the board itself was saved on that. And I know the CalRO team management is working seriously on that so that the plant breeders' rights that generates money for CalRO, part of that goes back to the researchers. So let's work this journey together, but we thank you very, very, very much for the data that we are giving. We are just being requested by our parent ministry to give that data so that they can also use it to provide information to other arms of government. So we remain grateful to that. And as we come to conclusion, the issue is what is our contribution to some of these global indices? Global Innovation Index is for all of us. When you come to World Talent Ranking, that's number 4. Universities and research institutions should be there. When you come to like ICT ranking, I think all of you should be there. When you come to SDG index, then mostly all of you should be there, but the focus could be in the Ministry of Environment or those universities and research institutions that focus on things like agriculture, climate change, and so forth, which is literally all of us. Human Development Index, you're good at that. So our team will be requesting, maybe when you fill that table, there's one part which is missing, and Dennis, I hope you're listening, that in the system, within a week, you will have this table plus others where they will tick which of these indices do you subscribe to or suits your condition or suits your university. And then you'll say, okay, we think Global Innovation Index fits us, and you will click inside, you'll go inside the Global Innovation Index in the indices, the matrix, the indicators, and you say, we will contribute to this and that and that. And the best example I'm giving is that Kenya improves its ranking from 100 in 2023 to 96. And where we performed best was in these sub-metrics or sub-indicators. Dr. Ngigi, just confirm again.
Yes, we are together. Did you?
Okay, thank you. So distinguished colleagues, if you look at that screen, in that Global Innovation Index, there are quite a number of indicators or sub-indicators. And you'll find each one of us, even Acosti, there's somewhere where we fit. So once you have said you have ticked that, you have picked the Global Innovation Index as one of your the global metrics that you want to assist Kenya is or assist our people on. Then you come and say, and for us, like now you look at the universities, look at 6.3. If you look at 6.3, their intellectual property receipts, yes. You look at 6.3.2, there's production and export complexity. Maybe that's not for universities. High-tech exports, maybe not for universities. 6.34 ICT, that's not. So you can tick 6.31 as a sub-indicator, and then 6.34, no, you're not there. So if you look at most of this, but at the top 6.11, again, it talks about patterns. Yeah, where the university fit is 6.1.4 and 6.1.5. So you would want to ask yourself, as University A or as research institution B or as a SAGA or as an MBA, particularly the university, what is your contribution on the scientific and technical articles? And please be informed that these are not just any journals. They are globally recognized journals. They are Scopus journals. They are maybe Web of Science journals. And this is where we are encouraging us that even as we use our own local journals to get promotion, for the sake of Kenya, let us do both. Submit your papers to the local journals, your university journal to get promotion, but then upscale them and submit it to these very competitive journals, the Scopus journals, the Web of Science journals, extremely important. You look for 6.1.5, it talks of citable documents, the H index. Even yourself as a researcher, even me as Oyawa, I need to know my H index. And you can Google that whether under ResearchGate or Google Scholar, you'll know your H index. These are the things that, as the focal points and champions, we plead with you that you go back and have a talk. We use your team to have a talk. And we are willing, if you have a chance to invite us and our team, we will be there. And I know institution like KU has invited our team, and we always send 2 persons, sometimes resource persons outside the Nairobi who are well-versed in this. What is your H index? Ask yourself that question, okay? And what is the H index of your university? And be informed that that H index of your university feeds into Kenya's global competitiveness. So if we are just to rank, we just pick that one and say, these are the university's H index or research institutions' H index. Then you'll need to see where to invest your money, where to request your CEO or accounting officer that please find a way of encouraging our researchers to invest more on publishing in these top journals. So 6.1.4 belongs to university and research institutions, 6.1.5 belongs to the same, and there are others. Our worst performance was here, human capital and research. That is right within the domain of NACOSI, the domain of NRF, the domain of Kenya, the domain of all the 78 universities in Kenya, the domain of all the 30, like now we have 33 registered research institutions. That is our domain. And we need to have this conversation very soon, yes? So for those who need more information, we're willing to give you, but you can see like in 2.1, it's mostly for the State Department for Basic Education. They have not provided data. So we are encouraging them that please, this data that you have, but you're not providing is making Kenya score poorly. You see, the next one is tertiary education. Again, you can see there's some data like graduates in science and engineering. This concerns both the universities, research institutions, and TVET institutions. So the graduates in science and engineering, we were just wondering, can we get them in graduation booklets? Or can we get them from so if there's somebody who can put in the chat, how do we get this data on graduates in science and engineering so that we can convey it to WIPO, that is the World Intellectual Property Organization. Yes. Now, inbound mobility. Yes. So there's a way they define that. But the worst part of it, if you can check, ladies and gentlemen, is before we come to the worst, if you look at 2.3.2, we used to score very poorly. But the data you gave us on R&D, what you're spending on R&D, of course, in addition to the little that comes from NRF, was able to get us to what you're seeing there, 0.4. That is 0.4 of GDP, percent of GDP. We are supposed to be at 2%, but even 0.4 is fairly good. But the data that you gave us is what helped us on that. And Kenya moved to be number 65, as you're seeing there on the screen, out of 133 countries. That is good, and that is the data that you gave us. But look at 2.3.4. QS university rankings, 0. We are scoring 0. Yes, because our universities, for some reason, we are fearful of subscribing ourselves to the 3 top rankings. I know the other rankings that we celebrate, and that's okay. But they are the well-known, which were established many years ago. The QS rankings, the Times Higher Education ranking, and the Shanghai ranking. You can leave out Shanghai because it has some very tough rules there. It talks about noble laureates and so forth. But if you can focus on QS and Times Higher Education rankings, you will be able to improve the rankings of Kenya Global Competition. But you can see we are scoring 0. And you have great institutions, great universities there. So colleagues, forward this message to your VCs. I think they already know because you have shared part of it, but emphasize on this. How do they allocate the limited resource so that you can invest on rankings? What are the requirements of these rankings? They are there. And if you check and you Google, you see them. Quick representation of African journals in commonly used repositories. Okay, Dr. Ngige, I hope I'm there.
Yes, DG, you are here.
Okay, thank you. So if you look at Scopus journals, database, extremely important because this is what is recognized globally. By the way, for those of you who apply for international jobs, like in the UN, you'll find like one time we applied for jobs at the AU and we're only considering Scopus publications. So a number of great scientists who had published maybe 50, 60, even over 100 publications, but in local journals or in some other journals which are not recognized, were not shortlisted. So even your students for masters at JKUAT, I know under the PowerST program, we are strongly encouraging our masters and PhDs for that requirement of having 2 journal applications, that they try as much as possible to get into the Scopus journal. But you can see Africa is just 7% of the Scopus journals. Then you go to Web of Science, also extremely important, almost the equivalent of Scopus, although Scopus is broader, is 7%. And then when we come to this Crossref, now we are 31%. When we come to journals index in Google Scholar, we are 68%. Google Scholar is okay, but you can see it is not among us the best. So you can see most of our journals publications will fall under Google Scholar, where you see Africa 68%. We have crowded it, beautiful. But can we now transit also, this part of the 68% transit to the Scopus database? Numbers never lie. These are facts which are out there. And if there are challenges, we need to find out what are the challenges. If we need to reward those scientists, researchers in research institutions that publish in Scopus and Web of Science, then we need to figure out some little money, whether it's from NACOSTI, where we can celebrate. And there are indeed some who are doing great work, and nobody has ever appreciated them. They are publishing in Scopus. Nobody appreciates them because we really have not focused on that excellence of excellence. But the university is supposed to be a place of excellence, even as we help communities. So that's scientific publications. 2023 data, QS rankings, there were only 2 universities. I think this one you're aware because it was in the newspapers even. Even last year, I think it's exactly the same. There are only 2 universities, University of Nairobi, because it has been there for many years, and KU. Please, I've had a chat with the acting VC of KU. They took quite some trouble to be here, to be recognized by QS. Other institutions I know are trying to be in QS. There was some QS ranking recently, but that was for Sub-Saharan Africa. It was so diluted. When I looked at the metrics, they were scoring things like a university having having a counseling section. So whoever did it went and so diluted it, and we stick to that QS ranking, which was meant for Sub-Saharan Africa. And forgive me if we were not agreeing. That was, somebody comes and makes a standard that fits you and makes you feel happy and makes you not be competitive as they're competing globally. Yes, you are competing in some Sub-Saharan Africa where they're measuring things like, do you have a counseling section? Do you have, I don't know, a library? Do you have a what? I found it very unfair for Africa. Because if you want to get funding from Europe, like Horizon Europe Fund, for which we are also the focal point, they will check the institution or yourself among these rankings. Okay? So if you want to get money from France, you want to get money from the US, they will check your competitiveness globally, not locally. So if we want to partner with global partners, then we have to compete. Because the question is, on that table, why would South African universities be there? Number 1, South Africa. Number 2, South Africa. Number 3, South Africa. Number 4, South Africa. Yeah, we know South Africa's universities came from the colonial times are good, but why is it they're just way ahead of us? Then you look at I'm just looking at some things. North Africa, also very good. Then you come and look at number 11, University of Addis Ababa. Since when did the University of Addis Ababa do better than us? So it's because we have not focused on this. Either we are not availing that information or you have not put in resources. Since when did Makerere University become better than University of Nairobi? I'm not being unfair, but I'm just wondering, having been in this world for quite some time. Since when did Makerere University become better than University of Nairobi, or even KU, or even JKUAT, or even Maseno? Yes. Since when did University of Ghana become better than University of Nairobi? So it is you, colleagues, focal points, who are able to take that message. Your VC might not be comfortable, but find a good language of saying, we are not appearing in the QS rankings. There are some who have taken their data. See, they are now being considered. They are not ranked, but they're being considered. They are like placing you on a waiting list. Yes, and which is better, which to me is a very bold step. Almost about, 5 to 10 Kenyan universities have availed their data and they're on the waiting list. It means they're not meeting the requirements, but they're on the way of meeting the requirements. To me, that's a good progress. And the focal points, this could be your take home. You say that during your tenure as a focal point or as a champion, your university moved from this rank to that rank. I'm taking more time than normal for universities here because your performance is extremely key to the performance of Kenya and to the country. If you're going to advise and give advice, direction, like there's been debates of GMOs, The other time, there was a debate on the vaccines coming from outside. Who is supposed to lead that discourse? Who is supposed to come and say, we assure you that this thing is correct? It is us from the universities, despite the limitations, because it's happening in South Africa. So we just need to come together and lament, but minimize our lamentations and do the bit that we can. As they say biblically, tenda wema nenda zako. Do your bit and move on. Yeah, do your bit and move on. That what we are considering to be a very small contribution might be a very major contribution. These are some of the metrics like QS rankings. Okay. And if you look at it, they are very tricky, but they're very impacting to the site. They talk of employability outcome and outcomes. So if your graduates are not getting jobs out there, there's something about your university. So it means we need to follow up. This will make your VC or management to put aside a team which will follow up on the graduates. It will make your management even get in touch with industry so that when students graduate, they can have a place to join. Now there's global engagement. So this is the parameter that you can check them. I'll go to like the Times Higher Education. Teaching, it has a teaching. Teaching reputation. What's your teaching reputation? What's your staff student ratio? That is always checked by QE. What is the doctorate to bachelor's ratio? Like one time, I think JQuad had so many PhDs. Of course, it brought some national pro. Okay, what are the doctorates awarded? These are things within your means. Yeah, what's your research reputation? What's your research income? What's your research productivity? Research quality? What is your citation impact? What is your research strength? And there's a way they measure it. What's your research excellence? What's your research influence? International outlook. What is the proportion of international students? And a number of universities, I think like KU, JQuad, you are now having international students. Have you segregated them, not even segregated, put them out there in the website so that whoever is doing this metrics is able to see that you have a good number of international students? These are the questions that we're asking. We come to this ranking, Shimago. Taking more time, but please forgive me. You can see these are the rankings. Please check your university which is there, check your research institution which is there. But KEMRI, and if there are members of KEMRI here, we applaud you. Yeah, you are the number one ranked in under Shimago, and you can Google even as I'm speaking. Yes, KEMRI. But your ranking has been worsening from 2022 to 2023. Now you are 21. ILRI, that's a private agency, so you are not there. University of Nairobi, if the focal point is there, you can see you are number 57 when COVID started, went to 85, you have improved to 62. Aga Khan University of, they're not here. I'll go to KU. Yeah, in this, you can see now, again, UON. That's why these rankings are very consistent. In the other one, we had only UON and KU. When you come here, you can see in terms of universities, UON is number 3. The next university is literally, if you leave out Aga Khan, is KU. Then you can see Egerton. You can see JQuad. These are independent evaluators. You, as a focal point, you're the one to assist your CEO to get that data to these ranking agencies. Because it's not just about your institution or about Nakosti as an institution, but it's about Kenya. This is what makes your global competitiveness. This is what makes you, when you apply for funding to USAID or to the French or to the Swiss, they'll check what is your competitiveness of your researchers, of your university. That's why an university like MIT or Oxford can say, we want to collaborate with a university A, B, C, D. So look at TUK. There are some of our universities which are not in this ranking because I've listed all of them. So if you're not in this ranking of Shimago, you can see Technical University of Kenya is the 12th one, but there are 272 in Africa. What is it that can be done? And the same on and on. I know you'll ask the question, funding. Funding, you and me know that you're not just going to get it in a silver platter. You have to, it's like mine it. It is somewhere, but mine it. And this is what is happening in New Zealand as we're speaking now. They're changing everything and they're focusing on commercialization. Can we learn from them? Yeah. So that we lament less and do at least a bit, even as we lament, but there's some step we made. But if you stay there lamenting, tutakufa hapo when you're lamenting. So there are a lot of things I'll skip on these slides and just check on others. Your contribution to this global metrics, like this is now ICT. I just picked this data as I was preparing for this about a week ago, maybe on Saturday, Sunday. And you can see global internet quality ranking, Kenya quality of electronic infrastructure. We are ranked number 101 out of maybe 150, 180 countries. But we have dropped 33 positions. So on internet, ICT matters, we are literally dropping. You can see in digital quality of life, the same. What is our contribution? Where we are doing very well, and you can try and access that money, is in attracting. Kenya attracted around 82 billion in startup funding. So I'll put it to research institutions again and universities. Do you have closeness to some of these startups that are coming? This is foreign money coming to the country to bring up these startups. Are these startups in your university or they're operating somewhere? Can you get close to them? Because what we are seeing is that, or what we are asking is, why are foreigners investing a lot of money on startups in Kenya? It means they are grabbing them. They are paying money to the startups and then grabbing that technology, converting it to a big industry. Because I doubt if they tell those startups to patent what they have. But there's a lot of money coming there. So it's one of the areas where you could get your money. And as I conclude, I just say we are at crossroads, and you have to think of how you are able to move. I'll skip on this, leave it to you to read in terms of reconfiguring university education. But I wanted to mention that there was a bill. Yeah, I don't know if you have seen that bill. I don't know whether it's still being processed, but it was a bill by the Minister of Education. We were not part of it. Please let me put that disclaimer first, where they are proposing to classify universities into about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 forms. Research universities, science and technology universities, comprehensive universities, technical universities, those ones are already there. Specialized universities are already there, they're coming up, and graduate universities. Where will you belong? Because it will not be you and me deciding where you belong. It will be evaluators who will check your data and statistics and say that you belong here. And of course, where you belong will determine the capitation you get from government or your prestige. So the time has come where you have to put your data, in order, because you might end up being taken as a comprehensive university and you are not. So what is it that will give you the best return based on your circumstances? Okay. So this is a bill which was done, I think, by the Minister of Education last year. I don't know whether it's still on or it's in Parliament, but find out what it is. And for that, when you're talking of like this category, number 5, specialized universities, it's already happening. Our first specialized degree awarding university, what they're calling the University of National Strategic Importance, is the National Defense University of Kenya, based at Lanet, is proceeding. The second one, which was chartered quite recently by His Excellency the President, was the National Intelligence and Research University. By the way, you might want to collaborate with this university. When you saw that speech of the Director General giving a public lecture, he was giving the inaugural lecture of the National Intelligence and Research University. There are certain things that they will keep away from you and me, but there are certain things that they will collaborate with you. And they might have more resources than you and me have. So if you can approach them on areas where you could help them, please go ahead and approach them. When I look at their vision, it really fits Matters RSTI. They say their vision is to be a premier science, technology, and research-intensive African university. So they're already classifying themselves as a science, technology, and innovation university. What about you? What about us? Things happening fast. Do not wait. You are swallowed by events. And then we start rushing up and down. The way the MBS sagas are now rushing up and down to fight for their survival under the threat of dissolution. Do not wait. Have your data ready that when somebody comes and maybe they say you merge with ABCD or you want to be dissolved, you say, no, wait a minute. This is our performance. The Open University of Kenya is here at Konza, where I am now. It's another special degree awarding university under Minister of Education. And you can see that this, for the first time, this special degree awarding universities do not have to be under the Minister of Education. The first one is under the Minister of Defense. The second one, I think, is under the Minister of Interior. And there's one coming where I am now, Kenya ICT. It's under the Minister of ICT and Digital Economy. So there's a lot happening in the sector. This is about the Kenya ICT. I think I have historical connection. For those of you from multimedia knows where this Kenya ICT came from. We are indeed very pleased today, very excited today that after 10 years, it is coming to this great institution that we are witnessing today. So the resources, very quickly, I know you'll ask about where to get the money. It is there. Kenya's Lake Bogoria is feeding the global biotech industry. Where are you or where are us? Resources, indigenous communities, wage-borne biological theft. Where is us? Where are we to take what is being stolen by ourselves? Where are we on this? You heard of the baobab tree also being stolen. Now, you have heard of this great research. This is a student from Kabarak University student, converting grass into edible starch. Where are we to collaborate with this youngster to be able to create an industry out of it? Imagine converting grass into ugali. for the 55 million Kenyans or 40, maybe 40 adults or something like that. It's a game changer. It's another youngster from Egerton University. Yes, turning invasive hyacinth into eco-friendly plastic alternatives. This young man has won so many awards. The only thing he was late in patenting. And as I'm speaking, I think his work has been taken by others. So the global interested parties were inviting him UN everywhere. And I warned him, actually we have been in touch with him. I warned him that please first secure this thing. It can be a multi-billion industry. But being young as he is, we are calling him everywhere and he was winning awards. It is now 3 or 4 years. I'm sure now if you Google, the thing has been taken. So he will just be happy with the awards, but the thing has gone. So how do the universities come in to assist such a youngster? Yeah, so that you partner with him to create an industry. They are there and there are very many, by the way, very intelligent Kenyans. It's only that our ecosystem has not evolved to be able to accommodate it. The other one that we want to say in terms of maximizing opportunities, do we follow up on the presidential visits? Like when His Excellency visited China, he came up with partnerships. There was a minister in charge. Do we follow up? Do we make a request? That's one. There's this one, it was in the US, Atlanta, where we are seeing US aid said they were going to enhance STEM education. You and a number of universities are in the business of STEM education at advanced level. It's part of CBC. Is there any, you as focal points, have you alerted your VC or your DVC? Or if you are from a research institution, have you alerted your CEO, your MD, or your DG that please can we follow up with the team that accompanied His Excellency the President of the US so that we also give our contribution? You'll not be given free money. You will show why you need to be given that money. That's what I'm saying. The money is there, but it's not available. It's not freely available. Yeah, there was this other one where the president was, President Joe Biden is no longer there. Intends to work with Congress to commit $1 million in assistance to Kenya to support assembly and testing of semiconductor. The CUT was in this program. I think they accompanied His Excellency. But is there some of us who have approached the VC, the CUT, that can we work together in this? And that is based on what you're able to contribute. You don't contribute the same thing they're contributing, but you say, I know you are missing this component. So can we add on that? So these opportunities are there to harness. There's this other one on what you had the president talk about, the Silicon Savannah at the UN. Has any one of our institutions, research institutions or universities, approached the VC UN that please, we want to collaborate with you? Because a Silicon Savannah park, that's a big, big thing. It's a big thing. I don't think University of Nairobi can exhaust it. They will need partners. You'll have something that they don't have. How we approach them. And these are now the models of funding that are there. Yeah, so with that, I also wanted to have this slide. Our team, based on what we have surveyed, there's money there, around 121 billion or 120 billion Kenya shillings. But it's not easy to get it. You have to go and sweat for it. You have to go and dig it, whatever it is. Business enterprises, we check the business, almost like 50, 60 companies, big companies. And when you look at their budget, you see there's budget for R&D and related, maybe for infrastructure, maybe for R&D facilities, maybe for training, and maybe for research, around 13.6 billion. So distinguished colleagues, how do you access that money? How do you help your university access that money? And as NACOSTI, we are there to assist in the background, not to broker, but to assist in the background, to access that money, because this is part of Kenyan money for any business around. Kenya government has 60 billion out there given to MDAs. You might be part of it. It's not so clear, but maybe given to Caldo directly, given to Cambridge directly. It's not so much, but if you can partner universities, TVETs, research institutions, and industry, it will be a game changer. Higher education, 19 billion. Yeah, just imagine a situation like Joe-Ost. Yeah, they received about 7 billion from US aid. That's just one team, a team of maybe 4 or 5 people, brought in 7 billion in an institution. Of course, those donor fundings are now going to be scarce under this the current scenario, but they are there. Then funds from the rest of the world, 28 billion. So totaling about 121 billion. So how do you access that money? This is what we need to discuss so that we minimize the lamentation. Oh, NRF doesn't have money. Oh, NRF, it has little money. Yes, but until we escalate ourselves into the priority list, NRF will continue getting that limited resources. But as we're escalating now we have a State Department for Science, Research, and Innovation. Maybe it will increase. And even if it increased, ordinarily, like in Europe, the R&D funding, 60%, over 60% of R&D funding comes from the private sector. The government only gives about 15 to 20%. The same with Americans, over 60% comes from the private sector. So even if the government gave a lot of money, it will not win. We still need to know how to engage the private sector and so forth. So with that one, just allow me to go to the conclusion. One is to say that we, with these changes, we're also thinking of what would be the new dive transformation of Kenya's global competitiveness and research security. So think of, we have like 5 suggestions. You could suggest we remove, could suggest we add. So this is for your future communication. It will be in the slide. Just check what you're proposing. One of them is increased remuneration for scientists. And this was proposed by His Excellency the President some time back. We need to follow it up so that those of you who call yourself scientists can be recognized, especially those in the research institutions, that you can have a better pay. Then the issue of research security, to protect our information from espionage or going out and protecting, having our outcomes by IP and monetizing, skilling up is necessary, and then the counties. How do we work? Yeah, whichever country you're based. I know most of you are based in Nairobi, but if you're based outside Nairobi, how are you contributing towards your country, counties development? So with that, allow me to conclude. Thank you very much. And these are the concluding remarks which you have talked about. So back to you, Dr. Ngigi. I know it has been quite a lot, but we need to have this conversation. Most of this, by the way, is presented in our modular STI, what you're calling STAR certification trainings. Those who have been there, you have seen we have brought top-notch faculty to give those 5-day modules. Some of those presenters are maybe your former vice chancellors. Some of them are from the research institutions, retired public servants, and so forth. As our work is just to be a secretariat, but we really want this to be a pickup, something which impacts on all the sector. So as usual, as I hand over back to you, David, I'll allow 1 or 2 minutes of urgent burning questions, whether in the chat, if there's something which I can handle, but if our team can handle, that will be good. So back to you, and thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you, Prof. For that presentation, and thank you for speaking candidly to our most important critical segment in the government in terms of the research sector, universities and research institutions. They are the drivers of knowledge generators, and we really needed to hear that. I really want to thank you, each and every one of you, for having given you, as your audience. We are coming out with the open forum. What we had asked you that we need to respond to your questions, to your queries. The Director General is transiting to a next meeting. If there are some of the burning things that you wish to ask Nacosti, Director General, you could quickly raise it on the chat, or you raise your hand to be enhanced to ask the question. But I've already seen one, the DG, for your, maybe for your immediate response. There's one from the Taita Taveta University, and this is from our friend called Lucas. Lucas is tried to portray that Taita Taveta University have 3 patents, and they were not on the record. But the record that you're presenting was from the source, the KIPI. I don't know what your comment on that, because Lucas is trying to portray.
Yeah, Lucas, what would request after this meeting? Can you send us the patent numbers?
Yes.
Or the patent documents. You know, these things, you can never hide them. So unless KIPI have not, we got that from the KIPI journals. You know, they have journals which they publish, it's in their website. So either if we are overlooked, we'll apologize, but otherwise, just check, is it a patent applications or a patent which has been granted? But please, let's engage.
Yes.
We are the same kind of scenario. Just to save on time, David, if you allow. Yeah. So for Lucas, I think you have answered him. He can share with us the patent number.
Yes.
And we'll check. Yes. He can also himself look at the journals. The journals are downloadable. Based on the time of that, he can check whether it's in the journals of KIPI and so on. Then I'm seeing from Caroline Chuka, very informative. Thank you very much. Kindly work on the website. It has some navigation challenges. You're gone. I think what Rogers Busira you could do is give a little bit more information in the email or even in this WhatsApp that we think you could enhance it that way. Then I think our team will pick it up. I'm looking for the next one, because that will move quickly. Send us the link. We connect from our end. Seeing, please share. This slide we'll share. And then I'm seeing Mwangala. That's just talking Taita Taveta, Captain Tufena Murunga. Yes, Captain, that is very good to see. We have been trying to really engage NUK very strongly, and I think we once sent our team there, and we had a very fruitful engagement. Being a young university, and probably of what you're calling the national strategic importance, at some point you might want to, your university might want to speak to the rest of this congregation in another forum. Just tell them what is this special thing that you're doing, which is also of strategic importance. It's good for public information. So as they come to engage you or to collaborate, they also know what is there for them. Then from presentation, 3 patterns for last year as at 30th, 2024. This could be recent, by the way, but please give us the number. Just like anything, it has a number. And we are in the board of KIPI. Within a very short time, we can confirm whether that is true or not. And we can tell the forum that actually the fault was on our side, or maybe the information was not correct. Patent certified by KIPI in 2024. This Mangala again, yes. So anything else, Dr. Ngigi? I'm saying thank you so much for the very important presentation. It will be great.
Thank
yes.
you. Thank you, DG, for that. I thought that is the only that needed your attention. The rest
Yes.
are more administrative aspects, which I could quickly with my team make an attempt to quickly respond in the next couple of few minutes.
Yes.
But from the chat and the question, there isn't much for you. The rest are more of reporting aspect, challenges around the reporting and clarity issues, which I consider them administrative. And my team and committee here should be able to adequately respond.
So as I conclude, I just want to once more thank you. You can see my background. I think there's quite some noise and celebrations in the background. But I really want to thank you, colleagues, for being with us in this undertaking. These things are done collectively. For the voice of RSTI to be heard at places it should be heard, it cannot be a one organization action. It is your presence, like now I'm seeing the high numbers. We know you have about 33, 35 there public institutions and 33 research institutions. So when I see the numbers over 100, it means you have come in twos or in threes, and that helps us. It helps the government eye to also note that there's quite interest in this parameter. You might also note that when there was some PC targets that were downgraded, I think 2 years ago. Again, based on your support, when there were a lot of debate on things like NACADA, HIV, and so many other targets, ICT and so forth, based on the support that you gave this target, it was retained. And we don't take that for granted. We thank you. But our prayer is that at the end, you'll see value for your participation, value for money. That somehow this data that you're giving or you're giving us will help your VC or your MD or your DG reallocate some money specifically for you. By the way, you have seen that. And we have seen a situation like the Kenya Bureau of Standards, where they say this has really escalated even their business component. They have more clients since they started implementing some of the things that are coming through STM and streaming. And for them, they've even gone ahead, they have requested that KEPI, they have applied to be a research institution as much as they are a fully fledged government entity. That's the Kenya Bureau of Standards. They have applied, and we ask them, why you applied? They say, no, we really want also to be considered as a research institution. And a number of other agencies, I think there's a sports saga, which has also applied. There's the Kenya Institute for, is it Highways and whatever, has applied as a research institute, because there's more benefit to it, even as we regulate. There are more benefits that you get. We are the focal point to a number of international obligations. AFRA, IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency, and so forth. We also want to continue encouraging you, please come for the trainings. Yeah, we've tried to have them at very subsidized costs just to meet the high quality caliber of the venue is high quality, like Naivasha Resort is, we pay quite highly, but also the caliber, getting former PSS there, like Dr. Kevin Desai, is high level, and we have to give them some good minimum facilitation fee for them to be able to give you that time. Those who have been there have seen the Minister of Interior through the National Intelligence Service coming you and telling you the things that you need to avoid so that you're not arrested like it's happening. By the way, scientists are being arrested in the US, in Germany. You can Google that. Because as you collaborate with this, especially our friends from Asia, what you might not know in the background, they're actually spying on you or using you to spy on Kenya. So bringing them on board is key. They'll tell you where you are likely what you need to avoid. Sometimes you get invited to go for parties at embassies, and you ask, why have they selected me? And you feel very big, and you'll meet the ambassador. In the process, they have put some bagging something in your pocket, or they try to buy you out. And the Kenyan side is just watching. So as the course you have been told, it's mostly researchers that they're trying to use. You might not know, you may know. If you know you're doing that, then that, is a crime. It's called acting for foreigners. But if you don't know, you need to know, and be very careful. When you're invited and interacting with these foreigners, there's extreme espionage on Africa because the resources are here. The resources are here. So they have to invest heavily. And therefore we need just to be careful. So we thank you for that. And lastly, we just want to tell you we have a great conference, our annual conference. We normally call it a mammoth conference because it has 5 dimensions. It has science week for high schools. It has top presentations. It has exhibitions. It has everything there. So please also engage with your CEOs to come and participate in this great fiesta, where you meet your colleagues, where you can engage, where you can debate some of the issues that we're discussing here. And mostly we have already sent letters to you and to your CEOs. But letters are not enough. There has to be that personal touch where you go to your VC and say, and this time is not in Nairobi, it's in Naivasha. Where you say, please, as much as resources are limited, allow me to go and hear, and not the cost this time, but I'm going to hear my colleagues in the RSTI enterprise. So thank you very much, and God bless. Back to you, Dr. Ngigi.
Thank you, Prof, for that. Thank you even for that positive end that we've ended, that we really need all these, our key stakeholders in our multi-sectoral conference in next month, 19th to 23rd of May. Yes, DG?
Yeah, there are 2 parts of this question. I'm seeing there's a chat which you have handled, but there's a question and answer. I think you're going to create another question and answer component.
Section, yes.
Yeah, where John IEC, you have answered that, like on the collaborative programs, start and end date. There's some which are 5 years, some are 20 years, like patterns, some are annual. So I hope you have answered that.
We'll make an attempt to answer those.
Because I'm seeing, let me just quickly try. They're not so many. Let me just try what I can. Yeah. So like the first one is collaborative programs does not allow for indicate start and end. So Yagon, can you check on that? But we want to know your collaborators, who have been there for the last, whether 5, 10, 20 years. The ones which are still live. It's not just for this quarter. It's not just for this year. We want to know all the collaborators that you have, whether it was up to last year or 10 years. And so check carefully on the tables. You talk of patterns, we ask you for patterns. Patterns are alive for 20 years. So ever since you were founded, but one just alive, whether it's 20 years, it can't go more than 20 years, whether it's 10 years or 15 years. And maybe, I don't know whether there could be a provision for patents applied so that we avoid this confusion between patent applied and patents granted. Then can the slide be shared? Definitely. QS ranking number 21 is the same as number 22, making UN be 22 if I'm not a mistake. Okay. That is noted, and thank you for that correction. Please clarify the issue on publications and RST activities for the last 10 years. Yes, Dr. Ngigi, I think this one again, we are looking for 10 years.
We're looking for 10 years for publication, but for patent, because they take 20 years life period. For patent, we get the last 20 years because they are still active. And I know what Professor Lizzie Mwamburi is asking. Yes, it's more of clarity. Yes, we are looking for all those publications the last 10 years. And
sorry, David, if I could add, those publications need to be classified. Please check, just check, are they in Scopus? Are they in ABCD? We have a table that it is very key for the country to give them different categories. And that will also encourage the staff to aspire that even as you go for what sometimes we call them tier 3 journals, very good, but you also aspire to be in tier 1 scopus. When you apply for those UN jobs is when you discover that those scopus journals are very important. You see Nigerians, and that's why you see many Nigerians are in these UN jobs, because they know the secret is published in those scopus journals or Web of Science. For us, nobody is there shouting, telling us that we need to, because when you tell university don't to go to a higher standard, they start stoning you. They stone you alive. But facts are facts. So sometimes you have to take the hard decision that please specify what is there. Then I think reason SA is top ranking in Africa is a special culture, e.g. of managerial discipline, which is a beautiful one. Now this, which is honestly lacking in our country. This is Anthony Mbayaki. If it's lacking, we need to develop it because we have no other way. We are competing for resources in the world. We are competing each other with even our East Africa. East Africa, we are good, but South Africa is ahead. And probably because they also got independence early and their systems are still active. But we need to be able to get data. Sometimes the messenger gets short. That's what you find, Nakosi, you have been very careful. When you tell the Kenyan university, especially the VCs community, that there are only 2 universities in QS rankings, they go mad. They go mad. Instead of asking why and how can we improve, they just go mad. And they scare us regulators, whether CEO, Nakosi, or whatever. They just come and scare us, and it doesn't help. And that's what maybe we are talking about, managerial discipline. Numbers never lie. Get criticized today so that tomorrow you can improve. And as Nakosi, you've been improving. And one thing we are not hiding is like our PC performance. When some of us came to Nakosi 5 years ago, we were fair. We moved from fair to good. We moved from good to very good. And for once last year, we got excellent. That is what numbers is about. But we could have gone and said, no, this ranking is bad, this PC target is bad. But we just said, no, for now we are fair. In fact, the other time when I came in, we were bottom 10 in the core mandate area. And we did not start criticizing the evaluator. We just said, can we work on it? And come 5 years down the line, we're in the excellent category. So the same applies to all of us. We have no patterns, let's work on it. That is for Anthony. I'm taking more time, but again, funding for startups, I would say Kenya is so high categorized in terms per unit population. Unfortunately, it could imply the nation has vibrant, innovative population, but it flies away to benefit one paying exactly. Now, Anthony, you've said exactly what you're worrying. Whoever pays you calls the shots. But you can also be smart that as he calls the shots, there are things we hide under the table. He gives you a fund. It doesn't mean you give him or her everything. Yeah, what is there for Kenya? You can say, you wanted this, yes, but this one I'm hiding. Some discoveries we don't need to tell them. But as you say, they call the shot. Yeah, we need a win-win now that we notice here. Thank you very much for noticing that. Anthony, again, Bayaki, we need a candid talk on funding and bureaucracy as affect tech transfer. I totally agree. It's another monster in the room. Anthony, with bureaucracy, multi-agency approach is also challenged. Let me tell you one of the things that we also need at Nakosi. We do research licenses, and those of you who apply for research licenses, it used to take time. We met with the team and we agreed, let it take 2 weeks. So most of you apply within 2 weeks. When we started this, it was like, it can't work. It is working. So even the multi-agency approach, so long as we give ourselves timelines, like research applications, if you're applying on research in wildlife, you first have to apply to WRTI. We are now working with WRTI to try and give them timelines that please, you take 3 weeks at most. When it comes to Nakosi, we'll take 2 weeks so that we meet our timelines. And then the issue of bureaucracy will not be there. We're also trying to work on an online system where maybe the application is made directly to Nakosi in portal, and then the other agencies like the Kenya Medical and Data Practitioners Board, they can access from there. So based on your input, again, we are trying to improve on that. And Anthony, I think you had quite some useful institutional individuals need the specialization, discipline, focus. The world is a busy place. Thank you very much, Anthony. And I think with that, you have literally presented the thoughts of your colleagues. Dr. Ngigi, I think now I can comfortably exit. Yeah, I think I've dealt with all of them. 10?
Yes, I think thank you, Prof, for responding to what we were trying to save you. But thank you for giving the better perspective. And we want to thank our colleagues for asking those very incisive and some of them suggestive of the way forward for this process for our country. We can release you at that, DG, and then the next couple of minutes we can try to respond.
Thank you very much, and we look forward to another session.
Thank you so much, and wish you all the best. Thank you, colleagues, and I think we will take the next few minutes to respond to some of the things that you had raised in your question chats, and perhaps those who have raised their hand that we're able to respond. But quickly, in a very simple way, there's what Dr. Isi and Gerard, you had raised about the issues of the table and the responsiveness of that data. I wish to agree with you. These are administrative aspects that we're going to respond based on your feedback. There's one who is reporting anonymously that we need to make our website easy for navigation. Kindly, if you could just help us, just pick what are the challenges in the navigation aspect. We are willing and we are ready, and that should be done because these are continuous process. We believe in continuous improvement. That should be quickly be able to be effected. And there are challenges, some of the things that you are also raising about the issues of challenges in getting the data from various relevant offices. Yes, our first presentation in the morning was speaking about having champions who represent various departments, various division, various directorate, so that you have one of your converted across those offices so that they can be able to address these challenges. What you are raising here, they are real issues, and these are practical aspects of what happens in our institution, but that can be addressed by having champions who represent various sections. If it is finance, you have a champion. Procurement, and HR, if you have a representative in there, because as I said, our core business here is to see how to make it simpler. There was an aspect, and I hope my colleagues have already responded, that somebody had asked those who are in the stream A, end of the year report, are they expected to submit their STI mainstreaming strategy? Yes. Remember, stream A, 30% of your score is to develop STI mainstreaming strategy. For you to get the 30% of the score, we need to have an approved STI strategy uploaded. So that the straight answer is yes. Just give us the approved STI strategy for your institution for you to get that 20% or part of your evidence for that. Okay, the other aspect was, well, make the website navigation. We have said Rogers. This came from Rogers. What are the challenges, Rogers, with our website navigation? Kindly drop us the key aspect. We'll deal with them as early as now. If we are able to get what's affecting your reporting and what are your concerns. And I will say this is the essence of this forum, that we're able to pick those practical aspects, the administrative aspects that we are able to be sorted. Miriti, yes. Miriti, you were asking about the recordings. The recordings are available in the YouTube. You can get the recordings for what we have been doing from Tuesday. All these recordings are available. And we looking for any other aspect? Yes, none other that we do have. But I'm seeing two hands that are raised. If we are able to, if you wish to be empowered to raise your question, there are 4 hands now. I think my team can empower you to. Anthony Bayaki, if you could be empowered to raise your comment. The DG has responded to most of your comments on the question on the chat, but you can raise what you need addressed.
Thank you. This is Anthony Bayaki, Technology Transfer Officer, Moi University. The presentations have been so informative. I tend to think time was low because the DG has a lot of data. Although, of course, some of that has to be given to different audience. He responded to some of the questions well, but I've just there was something which needed clarification on the issue of bureaucracy. I would still hit there, and I've hit it in many forums until we solve that problem, because it is one of the major causes of our slowness. The speed of thinking and the speed of innovation must match the speed of implementation. And bureaucracy, we are still stuck in the independence point. It may look like whining, but we must candidly sort out bureaucracy. We must be able to open accounts where the managers, even at the departmental level, can spend money so that there's speed in implementation of innovations. Otherwise, we can even think of patenting. But we can file the patents if we don't put money in ensuring that the whole process of patenting is complete, not just in Kenya. We can boast of patents in Kenya. What for? It must go on even internationally. The issue of this data that we are giving, there is also the risk of espionage. This data can be used against us in the future. You can almost feel that at the back of your mind. If you have been out there, one time I visited the USPTO patent office, and we told them, you didn't want people to come in our embassy and do what we call, technology attaches. But you, the president, somehow was talking of US as what we call technology attaches. But they had told Kenya not to have technology attaches. At one time in the 90s, when we were starting to work with KIPI, of course I worked at KIPI at some time. So this data, even as much as we use their tools to collect, in whose interest? So we must also find a way of data that will hold for ourselves. Because remember, China ranks universities, but they themselves don't rank themselves. Some universities in the US don't care about that ranking, but they do very well. So we must start looking at things, having candid talks to ourselves. This information or these things should be useful to us. And we must find a way of what we guard and what we release. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your statement. And thank you so much for giving the way forward. I think that's the most important, what we need to do going forward, because we are living in a space that is very competitive, but not honest. Espionage is a real concern today. Exactly what you're saying. For us to be competitive in that space, we need to be as careful as possible. The issues of the bureaucracy, thank you so much for raising that. We need to address that, because unless we are able to do that, that is inherent challenge for our institution across, not for the universities, not for the researchers. It's our big problem, an inherent problem across our institution in terms of the bureaucracy. Technology, we are living in a rapidly changing world. So I think we have to keep the pace. And I want to agree with your message that even as we put our red tapes, we need to be very careful that the world is moving faster than ourselves, so that we keep the pace. Asante sana. So Sylvia, your hand is up. You can be empowered to air your view, your question, your way forward, as Anthony is even giving us the way forward, what we need to do. Sylvia, karibu. So who is next? Kenneth or Daisy Mamburi? Please. Yeah, Prof. Lizzie Mamburi, you can be enhanced to raise your voice.
Yes, thank you so much. There was something which was said about the publications, and there was a mention of 10 years ago and our STI activities. I was just wondering, we have been sending this information for some time, and we report every quarter. So I was wondering about this mention of 10 years, because these are things we have been reporting on for quite some time. So I just wanted a clarification on this.
Okay, Prof. Thank you so much asking for this, and I know you are asking on behalf of many others in the forum, because universities, research institutions are the home of publication. You are our think tanks around that, and thank you also for articulating it as we have been doing every quarter. So Prof, the challenge around this is what we have seen over the years is that institutions are restricting themselves to publications that were made within the quarter. And you can be very sure, Prof, within a quarter, probably there will be no any publication. But perhaps within the year, there will be so many publications. So not necessarily quarter one, quarter two, that were publications, but by the end of the year, there will be. So what we thought, just to add value, and remember what I was saying, these are indicators that are very important for us and for our global competitive indices. For example, the GII, Global Innovation Index. This is one of the indicators that they are tracking. So what we thought is it is important that we are able to get for the past 10 years. You have the data of what has been published, but I know what you are saying. It's a lot of work to do this. You have been updating every quarter. That data is there. So it will not be repetitive. It will only be to add. The reason for this is institutions had restricted themselves to just what is within a quarter. They just keep on putting 0, which is not a problem, because within a quarter, you may not have a publication, and the focal person will say a 0. But we thought for the last 10 years, there are a number of publications that are out there. Is it possible you add them in the system so that as to capture the numbers? For patents, because the idea is not publication alone, it's also include patent. Patents are also live for the last 20 years. You've seen like now what was coming up from Taita Taveta. And I know this also came up about University of Eldoret. Does University of Eldoret have only one patent? And your colleague was like, no. So for the last 20 years, do we have live patents under the key unlock somewhere? No. And we report all the live patents that are for the university for the last 20 years. And we have the numbers of publication for the last 10 years. So, but I see your concern is the issue of fatigue. Maybe you may feel this is a lot, this is much. But what we wanted to clarify is that so that we don't restrict ourselves to only a quarter. Because if we say quarter 3, it will be very easy for the focal person to put a 0. That quarter we didn't publish any. So we are giving that leeway so that we can have extensive data. And the number of applications, they are in 100, if not 1,000 in the universities. But can we get those numbers? That was the letter and the spirit, but it's only to build on what you have already been reporting. You've already been reporting, you are not repeating what you have already reported. You only add the numbers if you need to, if there are some of the things that you underreported. So it is an opportunity to get extensive data. So it's that the letter and the spirit. Can we have the extensive data in line or in that approach? Not to make your work harder, but to make the work more extensive, so that we are able to be mapped where we belong. We always say Kenya is a leader, and we need to take that leadership from the front. Okay. So Kenneth, your hand is up. Okay. Kenneth and Sylvia had expressed interest to hear their voice. It seems not to have probably dropped out. I want to believe we've been able to transact and respond to most of your concern, but take it from our perspective. Our view and our approach is to make it simpler and to make it easy for implementation. That is the letter and the spirit. And please feel free to engage even at a personal level, at individual level, so that what is not clear for you should not give you a headache. I know you have so many other things that are troubling yourself. We have a committee that is ready to make things simpler for you. Just throw it to us for us to break it down. What do you mean by this? What do you want us to do by this? I've seen the issues of website. Just tell us, where is our website difficult in terms of navigation? Our team will be responsive as possible. That's our commitment. Our commitment is how we can walk this journey together. Why? Because that is what the law requires, that the STI Act needed us to entrench science, technology, and innovation into our productive system, and this is what we are doing, and you are the actors. So we want to say a big thank you. We need to bring this session to an end at that, and more importantly, to really thank you. You've given us an extra 1 hour. We needed to end by 12:30. It's now 1:30. This is a total commitment. We are saying again what we are saying, you are the engine of the knowledge generation. And that's why we really gave all this time to hear your views and your comments and your voice in making it simpler. So we want to really, from bottom of our heart, to say a big thank you. Allow us to bring it to an end of that. Let us have our channels open, that any other aspect that you need addressed, kindly please reach out to us. And we should be able to have a better implementation of this. So tunasema asanteni. Let's allow my colleagues to close with a word of prayer, just as we have started. And I really want to wish you a very blessed afternoon and a blessed weekend ahead. David, you can close with a word of prayer.
Okay, our dear Heavenly Father, we once again are grateful for having taken us through this session. The lessons learned, let them be instilled in us, and let us put them in practice. We thank you, Lord, and ask that you be with us in the remaining part of the day. In Jesus' name, we pray.
Amen. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, our distinguished participant.